Hey!
What's up, dudes?
We're live? I think we're live.
Give me a sec to look at my phone.
Hey!
We are live.
Oh,
We are live.
nice.
Alright, now I gotta share this because my podcast went out on freaking goddamn.
Yeah, his phone dropped,
Literally just bombed.
and then all of a sudden it like overheated, and then it just went and died. And so like it didn't die, but like, the broadcast did. So I was telling him that I was gonna wait to let his phone cool down so he could just do it on his end too, but he said don't worry about it. So here we are. But Crazy Peas, and
Episode 29.
I am TPAW,
Karnage.
and we're talking about What If with zombies and with Doctor Strange, and we're going to talk about some other stuff, but those are going to be our two focuses, media
For the
wise.
first half of the damn thing.
Yeah, for media wise, we're going to talk about like where they're probably going to go, what our favorite parts are, the same old shit that we always talk about, and we appreciate you guys for being here. Sunday night, evening. The reason why we're doing it Sunday night instead of Saturday is because
Like we used to.
things this weekend were just so chaotic and so busy. I had some home stuff going on.
Okay, I'm having a phone call. I will be right back.
All right. I guess I'll be back. But basically, I had some home stuff going on with, as you do with the kids and the wife and everything. And so we had to take care of some stuff with the house and the apartment. And luckily, I watched the What If episode a few days ago. It's like a Wednesday. But taking care of some stuff. So Saturday night, we just sort of, went to the gym and to do our normal workout stuff. And then afterwards, he was too tired, so we just went home, and I just went home, and he went home to his place, and we just kind of just do whatever. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about some things that I want to talk about with Doctor Strange. Is one of my favorite parts of that whole episode was the fact that Marvel normally what they do, at least with the MCU, and this is in the MCU, is things will get really dark really fast, and then they'll pull out, like they'll pull back, or they'll fix it, quote unquote, and then you get like a happy ending, which I like happy endings, but if the story itself requires it to be darker than that, then it would be nice if they didn't pull back on that, like didn't undercut dramatic moments or things like that. Like, with Avengers 2, for instance, Age of Ultron, there were several moments in that movie where they would undercut a dramatic beat with a joke. And so it's kind of like one of those things that is common with Marvel is the fact that, most of these stories get undercut with jokes whenever they're in a dramatic beat. So with that being said, my thoughts on Doctor Strange is that when they go there and he has to deal with the tragic death of Christine in this reality, and he can't bear that idea, so he uses magic to go beyond the reaches of time and space and reverse her death, and then it causes him to kind of go insane because he starts consuming matter, he starts consuming animals, magical creatures, things of different realities and dimensions, and he just can't stop, so he just keeps going to the point where the Ancient One shows up, tells him he can't do it. He briefly dukes it out with her, and then she separates him and puts him in a different perspective of the dimension and reality, in which there is the Dark One and then there's the Light One, and so the Dark One, we're still in perspective of the Dark One because that's where we're at. And he starts consuming all these animals, these mythical creatures, and gaining power and power and power. And then eventually, we get back to the light guy, the light version of Doctor Strange, and he's unaware of everything. There's even a memory barrier where they don't even know that the Ancient One did that to them. And so, with that story, it doesn't end with a happy ending. It ends with the way you typically would expect with if you go down that path of insanity and you go down that path of craziness and you go down that dark path and eventually it just consumes everything. So the entire universe begins to die. So that was one of my favorite episodes of the What If series so far. The first one would be probably, I like the first couple episodes. Like we talked about before, we talked about the Black Panther one, and then we talked about the Captain Carter one. The third one was this Doctor Strange one. The third one was actually the Death of the Avengers, because they decided to what if the original Ant-Man or Hornet Wasp guy killed off the Avengers, and then that was not my favorite, but it was all right. These are all giant pieces of fan fiction, even though they all exist within all these realities, and with Marvel going a direction with the MCU and the multiverse, like with Doctor Strange's newest movie that they're going to be doing called Multiverse of Madness. They're in this whole new phase of Marvel in which they're doing all these different realities and dimensions that we've already seen with Loki and with WandaVision. So with that being said, it's kind of interesting to see all the different episodes they're doing. But the one that's the most recent one is the zombies, which is why, or no, yeah. Iron Man is a zombie in that story, and it was so interesting seeing the Avengers be turned into zombies. Karnage is still talking on the phone with someone, so I'm just been sort of carrying it right now for the next few minutes. But basically, the zombies one was really interesting because it kind of goes into the idea of like, what if in Infinity War, instead of them being able to just stop Thanos from using the Infinity Stones, what if a zombie strain followed Wasp and followed Hope and came into that reality and then just ravaged the whole planet, like just ravaged it completely. And so we were in this reality in which Hulk, Bruce Banner, lands through the portal, and the way he did in the Infinity War movie, where he lands in the Sanctum, and he's like, "Is everybody there?" And like before it was Iron Man and Doctor Strange, they meet him and everything, but this time in this reality, since they're all zombies now, nobody meets him, and he just sort of walks around the city, and it's dull, desolate, and then he ends up running into the alien, the Black Force, or the Black. Trying to remember the name of them, but they're the group that Thanos' minions. They come out, and Hulk's like, or Bruce is like, "Hey, big guy, I'd like to see your help." And just like Infinity War, the movie, he says no, and like fights him on coming out. And then Doctor Strange and Iron Man show up as zombies. He's like, "Yeah, you guys are screwed now." And then like they start eating the aliens or the minions. And then, Bruce Banner's just like, "It's a little far," and then doesn't realize that they're zombies now. But basically, we go through this strand. This whole episode is like a horror movie strand, in which we explore the idea of, Hope. It's kind of funny that Hope herself is part of this episode, and her name, they use her name as like a red herring or as a plot thread, a theme, if you will, that encompasses like the idea of like, don't lose hope in the world even if everything around you is starting to die. And they have Peter Parker talking to her, and she's like, "How do you keep feeling so good and everything?" And he goes, "Aunt May told me that smile even when everything's hard, because that way you're smiling for everybody else around you." And so it's kind of like that, dopey stuff. I was waiting for the whole like, what about Ben Parker? What did he tell you? But like, because not once in this entire universe do we hear that phrase, but Peter Parker's responsibility, which would have been nice, especially with like with the way that the story episode went. We got a lot of Spider-Man in this episode. We got a lot of Spider-Man, and I really found myself enjoying that aspect, because I realized that with the two Spider-Man movies they've made, Far From Home and then Homecoming, there's not a lot of Spider-Man action. It's mostly just Iron Man Jr. And all respect to that arc with the Spider-Man character, it's mostly just Junior. and I would like to see more of Spider-Man being Spider-Man, you know. So, but that's kind of where I am on that one. And now Carnage is back.
Yeah, talking about FanX, Salt Lake Comic Con.
Oh,
That shit.
okay.
Yeah,
So,
me and
so
the kids are going Saturday.
okay. So are you going? Does she just have tickets for you guys for like the volunteer stuff?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what it is. And somebody else.
I was trying to decide if I'd even go or not, because I know that Amber's gonna be going to a wedding.
Well,
that day, I
Trish is
think.
only getting 2 tickets, or that's what she's going for. Because for me and Connor, because Connor wanted to go. But the funny part being is that, with Nikki still being as young as she is. By the way, I'm talking about my smallest ones. Of course, y'all might know that.
You don't really name drop them too much.
Not really. I'm just throwing that out there for anybody who's on here. Because of me throwing head to change broadcasts. So.
I was talking to them about zombies and Doctor Strange.
Oh, I know. I
briefly touched on both episodes to give them kind of like my overlying thoughts on some of it before we go into like all sorts of different tangents.
Like I usually do.
Yes.
And drag you along with.
Yeah.
And then you like, ooh, I have a point on that point.
Yes. So as far as this goes, I touched on, you know, the overlying thread of Doctor Strange and the whole dark side and light side, and I touched on the thread of the, you know, Manic Madness and what happens when you go down that path, as well as talked about zombies and talked about the overlying story, along with we get a lot more Spider-Man and things like that. So what are your thoughts about Doctor Strange first?
The Strange episode?
Yeah.
I thought it was quite interesting where they changed it for the this is the what if scenario, because what if she actually went with him where he lost his hands?
Yeah.
And because of that, he was talking to her, so it was a different distraction. So he actually was able to still keep enough, you know, on the road to avoid getting hit. But then I don't remember what exactly, because that's kind of got me fuzzy on it, because I like rewatch it, but it's like something, because the other car that passed hit something and it flung through the back of his car and killed the girlfriend.
Yeah, Christine dies like 20 times in the entire episode.
Oh, like 30.
There's like a brutal like cynicism to that episode.
The thing.
It's like 20. It's like
you're not allowed to run away with
15 minutes of him using the magic to go back in time so many times, and then doing the conversation with her so many different ways. Like it starts out super hopeful and optimistic, and then as it progresses, it just gets more and more.
Okay, the part that I was like,
cynical.
You stupid douchebag, was the part where they had supposedly the good Doctor Strange, aka the Doctor Strange where he fucked up his hands and that's the reason.
Yep.
Compared to the Doctor Strange where she actually, because he saved the life of the patient, just went with him to his party instead of staying there to try to keep the patient safe from dumbass doctor.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the whole thing of, well, which scenario is the true scenario? What do you mean? That kind of goes into some of the conversations me and you've had. It's, no. Every scenario is a real scenario. Every scenario is exactly what it's supposed to be. That's why the whole multiverse thing like this, the What If series, for me it's like, no. It's not what if, it's this actually happened. Whether or not everybody knows it happened is, you know, whether or not the Deadpool thing.
That's why
I can see past the fourth wall, you know, the fourth wall break.
That's why I was calling it canonized fan fiction.
Well, it is, and at the same time, it's not.
It's essentially fan fiction in the sense that, you know, before Loki and before WandaVision, which is technically the post, you know, in a sense, sequelized Endgame or Infinity Wars. If you think of it as part 1 and part 2, it's basically fan fiction in the sense that these are all different realities. These are all different universes that are part of the multiverse they're
Here's
creating.
the argument with you on that. This is them actually doing what they've always done in the comics, where they have the multiverse and they show the different versions of all the characters.
It's not really an argument against it. It's the same thing.
Well, no. I mean, the argument of what you're saying. It's them Disney doing what the MCU wouldn't originally do, because Disney bought them out. Or bought them from Fox, however you want to look at it. But the thing is, because they bought it, yeah, I talk with this hand, you can't see it. Haha, you only see the shadows. But because Disney bought it, they're like, okay, since y'all didn't put all this stuff in, we need to find a way to do it. So they used the Loki episode so that way they could put in more stuff that actually happened in the comics. That's where we were talking about it with the Captain America and Winter Soldier series. Alright, Bucky and the other guy. I can't never remember his name.
You mean Falcon or Sam Wilson?
Falcon.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, Bucky's an easy name for me because it's fucking 4 letters. It's like my name. My actual name. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, it's 3 letters. Shut up.
Yeah.
But the funny part is more people know me as Karnage than they know me as my other name. Which, you probably can't watch him anymore unless he's... Well, you might be able to on his YouTube channel, which is funny. Actually, where I say my actual name. But I've kind of taken that out.
Yep.
But the thing is, it's... Hang on a second, lost train of thought. Oh, yeah, no, it's because Falcon was supposed to become Captain America. And then Bucky's supposed to become Captain America because Bucky, with what Hydra did to him, he's basically mortal.
Yeah.
So after Falcon dies, Bucky gets the shield.
And you get
eventually.
a bit of that. You get a bit of that in the zombie show too, because you have like a moment in the train when a zombified Captain America comes at Hope
And Bucky stops him.
and Bucky stabs, like, literally cuts him in half, and then grabs the shield and just puts it on his back. So you get, and then he uses the shield to block bullets and shit, so you get a bit of that Captain America vibe from Bucky.
But see, you originally got it, and this is just my viewpoint, because, you know, I see stuff a little bit different than everybody else, which I like. And I see it differently than you because of the way, you know, you're a writer. You see the structure, and I see the chaos that ensues outside of the structure you just built. But it's the thing of Falcon.
By the way, guys,
and
after 11 minutes of this broadcast, and I'm only putting this out now because it's 18 minutes now.
You're like sliding out of frame.
But by 11 minutes in, that's when the spoilers start happening. I literally spent the first part of this not spoiling shit, and then once Karnage came in at about 11 minutes, you know, you can probably look for that.
Alerts.
There was enough of a time gap where you could have stopped watching this review, watch those episodes, and then come back to hear all the theories and things. So
yeah, but then they wouldn't be live. But that's neither here nor there. Well, because currently I'm the only viewer.
Yeah,
keeping track of the podcast, but that's fine. But no, the thing is, with what was I saying?
We were talking.
You like stop me from
we were talking. That's kind of a common thread tonight.
Hey. Well, currently, because I mean, I got distracted. I had to run off and not just get straight into streaming podcast mode.
Yes.
So
we were talking about how Bucky and the Shield, and then we were talking about
Bucky
Sam.
and the Winter Soldier and Falcon.
And we're back.
Basically throwing the shield around.
Yeah.
In the series.
Yeah, in Captain America: Winter Soldier, when that scene.
So him doing it in the cartoon is not like them trying. It's something everybody's already seen, so it's an easy accept for the What If series.
Yeah.
But them showing Bucky doing that, and Bucky's like, God, as old as Captain America is, maybe older. Because I think he was like a couple years older than him in the series. I mean, in the original movie. And in the comics, he's like a year or two older than him.
You talking about Bucky?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like a year or
Almost
two
the
difference.
exact same age.
Yeah, they're like
But
a
I
year or
think
two difference because it
Bucky's
actually
a little bit older.
the comic was actually made in Infinity War when Bucky and Captain are together, and they're like, wait, how old are you? Like a buck 20 or something like that. He's like, I think it's like he's like something like 118 and change or something like that. And then like Cap made a comment that he was around that age, if not maybe a little older. And so they were kind of like talking about their actual ages because nobody thinks about that. They're like, you know,
Well, no, because of how young they look. It's
Yeah.
like, but dude, if you think about it, they're almost the exact same age because Steve Rogers and Bucky were both trying to get in the military at the same time. Steve Rogers was too small.
mhm,
Bucky was the average guy.
yeah,
But because Bucky was always the one who like played sports and stuff, which Steve Rogers being the small one never did, Bucky had auto-built muscle into him,
yeah,
which made him the perfect soldier because you already have that mentality, that build, you can just go with it,
yep,
which helps
Absolutely.
immensely.
yep.
So, I like it. But I mean, they've been best friends since they were like mini shits. So it's the okay. Bucky's going to get it, but when Captain America basically left it to Falcon, he left it to him because you're an Avenger. Bucky's not an Avenger right now, so they're not going to accept him. They'll accept you,
Yeah,
and because I trust you, because we've talked, we've become friends. You know who I really am. Not just the Captain America, here's the
the
poster
shield, yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, probably.
You actually know me. You can actually keep the Captain America how I want it to stay and keep going.
Yeah. I actually like Bucky more than I do Steve Rogers right now.
Bucky is the weird character
Well, he's
in the way of
he's traumatized by demons and plagued, and so he's so much more complex. than Steve
he's
Rogers.
traumatized because everybody thought he was dead, but they found him, brought him.
He was
Hydra
trying to-
found him, brought him
Yeah.
back to life, and basically brainwashed him.
Yes, and he's traumatized by all of that because
Oh yeah.
when he's under the brainwashing, he has no control over what he's doing. He's literally just doing whatever they tell him to do, and he's forced to watch as he's doing it too.
Yeah.
But he's a far more complex character than Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers is resoundingly simple.
Well, but see, there's the thing. Steve Rogers in the Marvel Universe, in my head, is the equivalent of what Superman would be without all the extra superpowers, like flying, laser vision,
Yeah.
freezing breath.
Mhm.
He's the fucking Boy Scout. He follows the rules. He tries not to break any rules or break any laws. He tries to keep within the bounds that he's given.
Yep.
Which, if you actually look at it from a Superman point of view, because they went into it at the end of Justice League Unlimited,
Yeah.
how Superman says, no, you know what? It's a bitch. Because it's right before he goes to kill Darkseid. Because he
Yeah.
literally proved, I've been holding back this whole time because I can break everything just by barely fucking...
Yep.
And a whole building would literally almost disintegrate. It just fall apart.
Mhm.
So, bitch, don't even. And he's like, if you want me to actually show you what I can do, I'm going to show you what I can do. And he goes full out. But then, who shows up? Lex Luthor. To give Darkseid what he wants, so that way it doesn't destroy Earth. To give him the anti-life equation.
Yeah.
Because the funny part is, Lex Luthor is supposed to be like the 10th level genius in DC Universe. And the only difference between him and Batman is Batman has decided that he knows enough and he knows how to take out everybody if everybody goes, bad.
Yeah.
But the funny part is, Batman's only a level 9 genius. In the level as in, like, universal level.
Yeah.
Where this is Batman, this is Lex Luthor. The only reason Lex Luthor is here is because he's always been rich and he's been taught everything and anything before he is even old enough to freaking go to college. So he's literally a 10th level genius from like hatch, from like thought of his character. Because he could always save the world and make it so that they don't need Superman, but he got pissed because he was trying to do that already, and because Superman came in and just took over the whole damn thing, because he had superpowers, and everybody's like, no, Superman will save us. Fuck you, Lex. It's like, I literally have the cure to cancer, the common cold, and every fucking thing in existence, and I'm even working on shit to cure the next thing that happens, because, I'm sorry, every virus evolves.
Are we implying that rich people are
No,
by
Lex Luthor, the character itself.
Well, see, that's the thing, is you were saying that he has been rich since, forever, and I'm like, going,
Well, he has been rich forever.
are we
but
equating wealth
that's also helped him
intelligence?
because his dad didn't want to spend time with him. Because they
Yeah.
go over it in the comic books and in a few of the series that they do. That because of the way his dad was,
Mhm.
already being the multi-billionaire, millionaire, way
Yeah,
back
Lionel. Mhm.
when Lex and Clark were kids,
Yeah.
that no matter what, Lex has always been martial arts training, all sorts of physical training. He's gotten all the training because his daddy paid for it, and he's gotten all the schooling that his daddy could pay for, until the point where his dad couldn't pay for schooling more because he was smarter than anybody who could fucking teach him.
Yeah.
Because he figured out what they were trying to teach him 5 steps ahead where the teacher was, because he read the whole book.
Yeah, there's like so many scenes of Smallville, for instance, that have fencing.
That too. But I mean, it's the thing. It's a genetic thing. Either you have it or you don't. Now, if you don't have it, that's fine. That's like me. It's like, no. Here's where everybody else sees it. Level 1. This is what everybody else sees. And me and you've had conversations where I'm like, no. Here's where my brain thought is.
Yeah.
No. This is how everything works. And then you're like, wait, what? I've never thought of it like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's where my brain automatically goes. No. This is the level where it all should be. And this is where we should be right now as a world. But because people keep keeping us down here, or here, is why the whole world's gone to shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like my whole thing. It's the let's quit fighting. Let's literally be the one thing that we should be. We're all humans, Homo sapien, mixed with a little few other different adaptations of humans that were being on the earth when we came to existence.
Yeah.
Now, if you go by the whole Bible or the Judaic Bible, or all those old scripts, which 90% of them say the same thing for the first quarter of the book.
Yeah.
God made us. This is where we started. This is what it is. That sort of stuff. But the funny part is, what a lot of people don't realize is, and a lot of people don't pay attention to this, when Cain killed Abel and Cain left the group, he found another woman of the not Homo sapiens to mate with.
Yeah.
And because there was more of them than there was of the Homo sapiens, Adam, Eve, their other 2 or 3 daughters, and another son or 2. Because I think they had 4 sons and 4 daughters.
Are we talking about Adam and Eve?
Yes. They go by different names on, different religions and other stuff, but that's the basic one everybody knows. That's the base names. We just choose that as the first male, first female. They had 6 boys, 6 girls. One of the boys killed the other boy. Now, if you like the way Supernatural did it, the only reason Cain killed Abel was because Abel thought he was talking to God or an angel, messenger of God when he was actually talking to Lucifer, who had
Yeah.
already decided, fuck you, God, I'm going to do what I want. I think everybody should know, be told what to do, so that way there's no, are they going to fail or are they going to win? We're automatically going to win.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. But I mean, and this goes into the thing of the evil Doctor Strange becoming Sorcerer Supreme, but the good Doctor Strange becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, but the previous Sorcerer Supreme telling the good Doctor Who in this multiverse split off, which was two that were still connected,
Yep.
was the part where the good version of him, who didn't go through all the, oh my God, or decided not to go to the extreme of trying to save the love of his life infinitely and always, it always being shit and can't do it.
I found that part of the episode to be resoundingly tragic because he's got all this power. He's got all this power in the world, and he finds out for the Ancient One that if he doesn't lose
The
Christine,
host of the whole series.
yeah, if he doesn't lose Christine, she's considered a vortex point or apex point where it's a focus point.
She
in his
becomes
journey.
the variant.
And yeah, and so basically, she basically becomes a reason why he becomes Doctor Strange. And if she does in this universe, if she doesn't die, then he doesn't become Doctor Strange. That he doesn't go up to the temple. He doesn't find out how to become Doctor Strange.
Because he has no reason to.
Yes, and so if he does, because he doesn't break his hands, so he doesn't lose
But
his
see,
hands.
there's always got to be a factor, no matter what variant you use.
Yeah, it's called.
I'm going to use variant because that's what they were talking about in Loki, and that's the actual name for it too.
Yeah.
But it's the universal variant. Well, what if this happened, or what if that happened? Well, there's a million, and actually, there's an infinite number of what ifs for everything you say or every sentence you say.
Yeah.
How everybody could take it, or the person that agrees with you and where you're at could disagree with you, or could agree with you half a second or 5 seconds later in the group chat, or and because they did it much later, it like completely changes the whole fucking damn scenario, even though the exact same thing happened.
Yeah.
But that's where the whole Doctor Strange thing works, because he was destined to become Doctor Strange no matter what. But in the scenarios where nobody gets hurt, the reason he becomes Doctor Strange, I know one of them, and this is just from looking up stuff, is he ends up finding the guy like in the movie.
Yeah.
And
Fine.
no.
Yeah.
I couldn't fix you. How the fuck did you fix yourself without any, doctor? Because I'm the best doctor anywhere and everywhere, asshole. I call bullshit. What the fuck did you do?
Yeah.
Who did you sign a contract with? What devil are you working with? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that drives him to find, the place to do it. Now, in the one that's in the movie, it's just because he broke his hands and found out this guy got killed.
Yep.
But in other scenarios, he ends up finding that guy or runs across something that shows him that he's not the best doctor because he can't cure everything, but there's something out there that can. So in like 90% of the 100 different variables, we'll just go with that as a number, he always ends up becoming Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
He always ends up becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, either by accident or on purpose.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that it is a factor. I mean, that's like the whole, with the whole zombie thing. Went back to find the mom, because she might have been shrunk and blah, 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 like they tried to do in the movie. But when he did that, he found the zombie race and got infected and came back.
Which one are you talking about now?
The what if zombie?
Yeah. Well, who are you talking about?
The dad.
The dad?
The guy who gives Ant-Man his suit.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Because his wife died.
Yeah.
Through their experiment. And them basically talking about the experiment is how they got to Ant-Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
And him being in the microverse or whatever the fuck they call it, nanoverse.
And
Nano.
yeah, it was
Because nano's smaller than micro. That's right.
yeah,
But that's like the nanometer. The nanometer is
the quantoverse.
yeah, the quantum. But it's like the nanometer compared to the millimeter. It's literally a tenth of the damn size of a millimeter.
Yeah.
Which is literally, you draw a line on a piece of paper. Yeah, like fucking a fifth of that is a nanometer. The fuck? But I mean, I remember I actually learned that in math class. Because we were getting to the point, it was called Algebra 3 at my high school. But it was like, basically the edge of physics and, what's the other one? That's the next one up from algebra and math. Oh, I know the name, I just can't grab it.
Calculus? Trigonometry?
Calc. No, it's calculus.
Okay.
And a little bit of trig. It's a little bit of both. The way Algebra 3 is. Because Algebra 3, I've actually looked into it. It's almost the exact same thing as like putting physics and calculus in, but it's just the math. It's not the actual science part of physics. But I mean, physics is, okay, you're this great, you're almost genius level math, you can understand it. Here's some science on top of it. Here's hoping you can figure it out.
Yeah.
That's like the whole zombie thing. It's like, it's a disease, sort of thing and whatnot. And for me, it's like, yeah, but see, if you have the technology to shrink and be that small, and this is where they fucked up on the writing, it's the Vision's Mind Stone can stop the zombies.
That's actually one of my favorite parts of the episode.
Well, hang on a second. But with his daughter, basically, Wasp, or no. What is the freaking thing? Yeah, it is Wasp, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Hope Van Dyne. So it's the Wasp.
Yeah. But her character, being the scientist, also, because her father came back with a disease, why didn't she turn small? Because they can turn small, go into his body, without actually getting too small and being sent to the, other universe like he did.
Yeah.
The nanoverse or whatever. And finding the part that makes that gene attach our genetics and turn everybody into zombies, and figure out how to reverse engineer it so that way you basically use the virus to make an antivirus. Like doctors do for 90% of the sicknesses, like for 90% of the flus.
So you're wanting to see Hope
take
Van
more of
Dyne
a scientific
go-
step to fix it.
Yeah, instead of them going, because the way they did the story, the structure of the story for the zombie story, is essentially it was your run-of-the-mill horror movie, and it was them going into the unknown, them going from one place to another place, them finding out there were evacuees or there was a vantage point to hide out, and
There might be a way to cure it.
another way to cure it. It was a standard zombie flick type storyline where they go to point A to point B, and then revelations happen and things aren't as what they originally think, and it leads, and then suddenly as you're going through the journey, some of our biggest players end up getting dropped or getting killed or whatever.
Becoming part of the
yeah,
virus.
They removed the big players, and it's basically your standard run of the mill zombie flick. So what you're wanting them to do is to
I thought that they
have
should
her,
have done what they
have
should.
Hope go super small, and then go into one of the zombies, and then see how the genome and how like the virus is functioning, and then figure out a way to cure it.
There you go. I killed one.
And basically, you wanting to see them
use science.
Yeah, use science as a way to
I mean, I
fix
understand
the
the whole
story.
superhero thing,
Yeah.
but what a lot of people don't realize, or a lot of people don't think about, and they only tap on it slightly with Superman on some of the stuff, because this goes back to Superman on a lot of it too, and also Wolverine, because originally Wolverine wasn't just a brute, angry shit.
Yeah.
He had his anger issues. But if he had actually buckled down with basically the almost immortality he had, he could have been the fucking most genius of all geniuses, being able to cure every disease. Her already being an almost genius, or like level 1 genius, because of her father being a genius and the genetics being passed on, she could have found a way through science, still been a superhero, and it, you know, cool Marvel superhero shit
Yeah.
by showing how she shrinks and figures it out through the genome of the disease on how to rewrite one part of it to cure it, and literally take one of the genes, change it, and then it affects the rest of the zombie genes and changes everybody back to human before they become a rotting corpse. They're literally just walking dead, and then they're now alive again.
Yeah.
But then on that one, it comes back to, okay, are they alive, or is this where we go into the weird scenario where it's like, no, it's like supernatural. He has no soul because his soul already left because the disease made him dead. But the disease actually make you dead. Because the Walking Dead kind of went into that, how the disease doesn't make you dead, it just turns off everything. And then it returns back on your brain just to go to primal. Keep the physical body alive.
Yeah.
There was no proof the soul actually left the body. The only proof was the body literally went into comatose mode and then turned itself back on. So from that point, and by the way they showed some of the stuff in the What If for the zombie episode, the way they did it with the bites and stuff,
Yeah.
that kind of goes also into my, thought process on the whole the werewolf or the, well, not really werewolf, because I agree with, True Blood on that. It's genetic. You can't pass it on by fucking or biting somebody.
Yeah.
It's genetic. It just goes down the line. Even if it gets slightly, weeded out because, you're breeding with humans,
Yeah.
the genetics can still get passed along. But with the whole vampire thing, and this is just my thought on the vampire disease or genetics or, however you want to look at it, as a race, it's vampires. How do they usually change you?
Vampires usually either blood you or feed on you. That's usually how you change.
But in some way, they have to give you part of their blood, or when they bite you, they pass on a venom, like Twilight.
Yes.
But here's the thing. If it's venom that they're passing along, as soon as they become a vampire, it's in their blood. So technically, and this is where I get pissed at Carlisle and the whole Twilight thing, is because, no, we have to take the venom out of my fangs, out of me, so that we can put it in Bella. But the thing is, if you do it right, it's already in your genetics. Because China, because they only have 2 kids thing, because of overpopulation's way back when, before, hell, even what we're at now,
Yeah.
you can have 1 boy and 1 girl. So if you have another boy or another girl baby, or if you have 2 girls or 2 boys, you have to kill one of them. So one of the ways they try to do it, if they didn't leave them out in the wilderness to be killed by the animals, is they poison the baby slowly. But what happened was they poisoned them so slowly that the poison became part of their genetics. So them just doing this and just doing a bullshit, scrape the skin, because I really didn't break anything, but I peeled off some of your skin.
Right.
But it would be enough to get the poison in under a layer of skin to poison you. Now you're going to die because the poison is part of me. That's the way I think the vampire virus works, that they have in 90% of the shit. Because it's, I feed on you, and then I give you my blood so that way you can become a vampire. Poisoned until it became part of him. He got changed because Carlisle put his poison in him, which took over the body, turned him into a vampire. So now that's how he lives. That's what keeps him that age forever. So literally, you just gotta take out the blood, put it in transfuser, take out the plasma, because that's where it is.
Yeah.
It's not the actual genetics, or they wouldn't need, in the actual red blood cells, because that's why in 90% of the vampire myths, if they actually go into any science, or if anything talks about any science, like with Blade and a few of them, no, the reason they drink red blood cells is to replenish theirs, because they're burning through it so fast because of how hot you are and how fast you heal as a vampire. So on that alone, that's kind of what the zombie is. It's a vampire, but you're a rotting vampire. Which goes back into the warm bodies thing. If you're a zombie for so long and, you don't eat enough, or, you don't keep your brain active, even slightly, you become the little black, pure 100% zombies. It doesn't matter if they kill something that's already dead or alive, because all they're looking for is something to eat to keep them moving.
Yeah.
I must feed the engine with the fuel. Doesn't matter what the fuel is, I'm just going to feed myself to keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they eat themselves or each other, that sort of thing. Which goes into the whole cannibalism.
So interesting how there's like this defining line that
between zombies,
that everyone has to come up with. Where it's defining line. I mean, with werewolves, it's essentially you're a shape-shifting man dog or man animal or whatnot. Whereas with vampires and with zombies, typically
you're dead.
Yeah, you're undead. You're dead, but then you're undead because you're not technically you're moving corpse is essentially what it is. It's feeding on flesh or blood.
Yep.
And so it's so interesting the lines at which either one of them are defined by. And I think that the zombie one is primarily because vampires typically are conscious and sentient and talk and stuff, whereas zombies are not. Zombies just simply yeah.
But see, that's where I like the movie Warm Bodies, because it went into, no, we're still sentient. We're just not fully sentient. Part of our brain's turned off.
Yeah.
The upper functions of your brain is turned off, so you're still walking around like a giant but you're not really an you're a, I need to eat. Hey, look, it's rotten. I screwed it, it's me. They partially went into that. I mean, they touched on it here and there because you're hearing the zombie before he starts turning back into a human's brain.
Yeah.
And that's where I liked Warm Bodies, because it went into a dynamic that a lot of people don't go into, that I've always been like, sure it's not an easy curable thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't watch iZombie because, I don't know, it just didn't click with me. But from what I saw of it, a little bit here and there, that kind of went into it. You can still be a zombie without being there, I have to kill and eat everything and everyone.
Yeah.
For one simple fact. I'm still conscious enough, I work at the morgue, I'm literally eating the people I'm going to cut open and give cut them up to tell everybody how they died, but I'm going to take a snack because I'm going to sew them back up. Nobody's going to notice the brain out because you're supposed to take the brain out before you send it to the, fill it full of all the stuff so that way it looks like a solid body when it's sitting in a viewing casket.
Yeah.
If you have a viewing. It's the, and I liked that dynamic of that show with the whole zombie thing there, but at the same time, I'm like, why can't we just take a little bit of each zombie movie, a little bit of each vampire lore, a little bit of each werewolf lore? Because I mean, it depends on which werewolf lore you listen to. Because on some of the werewolf lore, like on Underworld, it's a bite. It's the same thing as like the Twilight vampire. It's a venom.
Yeah.
You're literally just poisoning somebody else to be just like you.
Yeah. Essentially what it is, yeah. Because in the vampire stories, especially the ones from like the 80s and 90s, you had the master vampire, which is the original person with
the original guy, the top one of the group.
Yeah. And then you had like all these other peoples that were in the group, and eventually they'd be turned. And either they'd have to drink the blood of the master vampire, or they would just simply have to drink blood in general after getting bitten, and they would eventually turn into a vampire. And so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, once you get poisoned, you have to eat a human to become a vampire. If you don't, you're just going to die.
Yeah. Because
the poison's going to kill you. And from a medical/scientific point of view, I like that dynamic. You have a disease, which is going to literally kill you unless you feed yourself the stuff you need from red blood cells from other people. Yeah. And that's where I like in some series where I think it was, what was the name of the series? Damn it, I can't remember. But it was a series that went over, no. We literally just go to the blood banks because we already have people in this system and we literally own the whole fucking world because we've been here forever, bitches.
Yeah.
And that's why we don't make vampires, so that way we don't have too big a pile. We literally go to the blood banks because we already own them. Like I was telling you. And literally, okay, I'm here for my thing. Or I have a donator who literally I plug them in. They donate however much, the 2 liters of blood you can donate.
Yep.
Before they have to stop, and you can't donate for like another week or 2.
Yep.
And then you go back and donate again. Me, my thought process is, well, why can't you do that with the plasma too? Oh wait, that's right, because they survive off the red blood cells. So anybody who donates plasma,
I'm gonna take a break real quick.
no, you good, could still be what's considered a pet of a vampire.
Yeah.
Eat your food. Since you're off camera, homie, that's like one of your big things. But I mean, for me, to actually me sit down, you write down, or I have somebody else type out all my ideas on how I could change every variation of all the mythical creatures like werewolves, vampires. Hell, we even go with Venom and Karnage, the symbionts. How I would literally take a piece of Venom, and because in the Marvel Universe you have vampires, take their genetics, or take literally Blade's genetics, because they went over in the last Blade movie, how he's the closest thing to the original Dracula. He can drink human blood or vampire blood, it doesn't matter, as long as he gets the red blood cells, because he's a daywalker, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Ain't nobody can stop his ass. He is literally the most powerful being ever. And he told Blade, when they met in the last movie, you are essentially the new me, bitch. You are now the new king. So it's literally me versus you. Whichever one of us dies is literally going to be... whichever one of us survives is going to be the king of all vampires. Yeah. Which I already am, because I started this shit, bitch. Because some odd disease transformed me. They go into what I always talk about. It's some sort of disease. It's some sort of poison that got into a system, and this was the one survivor. But I like in the underworld where it's like, no. You have the original who had 3 kids. One went, the whole not liking where it was human changed into a werewolf. He was werewolf all the time. Because the blood was the disease messed with him in such a way.
Yep.
And with the vampire, he looks human, but he has animal tendencies because he has to drink blood. He has the, super strength. But at the same time, with that one, they were trying to find somebody who was a genetic line through the human end of it for the original, in the original underworld, to see if he could take both diseases and not die, werewolf and vampire. And they found that out. But while finding that out, you get the second movie, because the guy who was the original vampire that nobody knew who was the original vampire, because he literally hid in the background because he was, no offense, a bitch. And didn't have big balls like his brother. But the thing was, when he got werewolf blood on him, because he was literally sitting there like a giant piece of werewolf beef jerky, had fed in hundreds of thousands of years sort of thing.
Well,
as soon as he got the blood, his animalistic part, the werewolf turned into a dog part, lichen part, kicked in. So he could literally turn into a giant bat, which was always the big thing with, Dracula can turn into a bat and fly around. Dude, he's like supposedly 6 foot tall. If Dracula is 6 foot tall, that'd be a 6 foot tall fucking bat. I'm sorry, you would notice that. That's where I don't like the myth with the whole vampire thing being yes, you turn into a bat. A tiny, itty bitty bat. No, because then a gun could shoot me and I would instantly be dead because it'd blow off my head. I like the way they did it in Underworld. No. He's 6 foot tall, so the bat he turns into is a 6 foot tall bat. Ripped to shit.
yeah.
I'm like, no. That, from a mythological and a scientific point of view, fits. And these are the weird things I think of on a daily. That's like the whole thing with, because I know a few people who, actually, I knew one person, but their kid literally was born with 2 cocks. And because it might affect him or hurt him in some way, that the doctors told him to surgically remove one dick. I'm like, why? My first thought was, why did they do that? Because the doctor said, now, fuck what the doctor said. Did they have any actual proof this would happen? No. It's a guess. Ah, you mean like all doctors, they guess and see if it fits. It's like, hey, I made pasta, or I made dough. Cut off a chunk, throw it at the wall. It sticks. Okay, it's good pasta. Or, oh, it's good pizza dough, sort of thing. But for me, it's the thing of, no. See, everybody's still testing. Why? Because the science we know is only what we figured out. But the funny part is, where we figured out is maybe genius level 1. And people, if they actually looked at the way the universe actually works and the pattern in the universe, technically, our mythos about the Big Bang is just the start of the Milky Way where we live. Our universe. Not our chunk, our solar system, which is 5 times bigger than what they actually originally thought with the 9 planets. It's more like 30 to 40 planets. Maybe more, but we can't see them all because you have the tiny asteroid belt that's between, what is it, us and Mars, I think? I don't know, let me pull up the damn picture real quick. Yeah. Solar system. Yep, there we go. Now, is this one actually... So I want, no, back up. I'm not paying for a picture. Kiss my freaking ass. Did they take that out of half of these diagrams? Ah, there's one that actually has it in it. Yeah, here we go. Because you have the, yeah, this one. This one's the one I like. It showed it for a second, but then it went away. It's the, I don't like how they have the second asteroid belt. As tiny as they do, because it's like 3 times bigger than the one that's between, yeah, Mars and Jupiter. That's right, that's which one it was between. It wasn't between us and Mars. That's right. That's why I like having these diagrams online. I can I don't remember, give me 2 seconds, let me actually look at it. But I mean, it's the thing, it's like, no. You're thinking on too small a scale. But that's also like talking about what I've talked about a few times, is the whole thing of Earth. It took us 1,000,000 years to get here. No, it only took about maybe 250,000 to get to where we're at. There's no way. Look at how far back, blah, blah. Yeah, pay attention to the Bible. Actually, map that shit backwards. It's actually only at max from the end of, from where we, Jesus dying to Adam and Eve is 250,000 years. Which means, since then, we've lived another couple, millenniums. Which ain't all that much. No, because stuff goes slow. Yeah, well, at the beginning, it goes 10 times faster. That's like looking at, okay, I'd have to pull up the table, but I think it's helium and hydrogen. Or isn't that 1 and 2 on the periodic table? Helium moves twice as fast as hydrogen. Why? Because helium's 1, hydrogen's 2. 1 moves twice as fast because it has as much weight as 2. It's slower, so it's easier to see, easier to map. With the science we've already seen or shown, with some of the stuff that with atoms and the stuff where we actually have proof of what runs atoms, the less you have, the faster it goes. So it's basically when the planet and the solar system was first created, that is our Big Bang. It was just, not just our solar system, but at the same time, it was our solar system, because it was something from other solar systems, because they got to the point where planets or, giant meteors or asteroids literally left, exploded, made our sun, because another sun exploded or something, and it's a like we've talked about, rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Everything's on a constant repeat. Why is this just like what happened 30 years ago? Because we're on a repeat. We're always on a repeat. People, come on. Has nobody seen the pattern? I'm sorry, it's something I know. I remember being taught in school. I don't know if your generation got taught it in school. History repeats itself. Yeah. Which means everything we're taught in Christianity, Muslim, Judaism, and any of the other religions, in the beginning there was somebody who decided to do something to start the process. Yes. And they decided they needed somebody to talk to or to get the population started. Yes. Now, do we all agree it was Lucifer or Satan? No. We each have different names for it, but it's all basically the same guy. One guy decided, okay, I disagree with my dad. You shouldn't be allowed to do whatever you want. You need to know how to have sex. You know, what's right, what's wrong. So that way you can evolve and move to the next level. So that way you can get to 2 more levels up and basically become a god of your own universe, your own cosmos, on a different dimensional level. Which, I mean, technically we have become gods. How many imaginary worlds have we created, which even if we didn't keep writing them down on paper, would just keep going without us? Because, I mean, technically, the guy who originally wrote any book, how many people would be like, yeah, but after this happened, this could happen, or this could happen. It keeps going. That's like the Bible. That's like the origin stories of the world, of humans as a race, as humans as a disease, because we're literally the tick of the earth. But I mean, it's the thing that it's a constant. We are the ticks on the earth because we're trying to kill the earth, but at the same time we want it to stay alive so we can stay alive. What's a tick do? It bites you, but it has poison. It could get its poison into your system and kill you, but it wants to keep you alive because you are literally its meal. Without the earth giving us food or grass for the animals to eat so we can eat them, or the grass for smaller, less capable animals to eat for other animals that also eat meat. In the end, technically, we're all vegetarians. But I'm getting my nutrients not straight from the plants. I'm getting it through a meat source that ate the plant, or through a meat source that ate the animal that ate the plant that ate that animal.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a 2 to 3 step process where you are always eating the next level. That's like with what's the best way to explain it? Like,
Oh yeah, I'm back.
the sun literally provides all the nutrients we need.
Yeah.
We are literally plants. We are the worst and the best all at the same time. We are the worst thing on this planet, but at the same time, we're also the best thing on this planet.
Sorry.
That's a little bit better.
It was looking like we were like from like one of those Predator movies.
No, see, that's fine. I'm not an earthling anyways. I gotta break out of this bitch in 30 years, so we're good. I mean, I'm not gonna die. I was even joking around with the kids. Oh yeah, no. No matter how much everybody wants me dead or whoever wants me dead, I'll never die. They kiss my ass. I plan to live till I'm 100. If I make it to 100 just to be an asshole, I'm gonna live till I'm 150 just to piss off 10 more people. You know, but that is also my mentality. So, it is what it is. But
I noticed that after I took a break, because my blood sugar
And you
dropped
ate.
quite a bit, and I have been so busy with cleaning my apartment that,
and shit.
yeah, everything, that I forgot that I didn't eat before I started this podcast. So when he started getting onto those tangents about the vampires and stuff, I have this blood thing where like
It messes with them.
it messes with my head, and so It doesn't happen often, but
No.
I get
We've
like
gotten in conversations like this before where you've been fine. Sometimes
Yeah.
it bugs you, sometimes it doesn't.
yeah, and so it's like my wife, whenever she's in the hospital and stuff, and they have to take blood and stuff, like there
You're
was
like
one night
mom.
where she was had the needles in her and stuff, and then they were like, okay, go, and then Amber's like, babe, you look really faint. I'm like, I'm fine, and she's like, let's go to the bathroom. I'm like, okay. Start walking down the hall. I didn't make it to the bathroom door. The bathroom door was literally right there, like right here. Like this is me, and this is the bathroom door. I literally got to that point and then dropped on the ground. And then I woke up like 2 minutes later, and the nurse is like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm fine." I get up, go to the bathroom, wipe my face off, and everything like that. And she's like, "Do you have a blood problem?" I'm like, "Yeah." I don't talk about it.
See, and there's the issue. But I mean, with all the stuff I get into with genetics and, the pattern of everything,
Yeah.
technically it's all something's blood. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah. And so
we live in the bubble of God, technically. But at the same time, I don't believe in God is everywhere, nor at the same time, no, he's a person. Does he run everything from his headquarters, his, planet he's decided to make his? Yes. He's basically a genius sitting at a computer making sure this planet doesn't explode by making earthquakes and little things happen. So that we'd all just as go, fuck off.
So as far as the zombie episode goes, my favorite part, honestly, was the part where they run into Vision. The reason why is because in the WandaVision show, Wanda is revealed to go out of her way to create this entire reality, an entire like area, like where her kids are there, Vision's there, and everything like
and
that.
she's also there in the
Yes.
other pocket dimension she's building.
And Vision is taking care of the zombified version of Wanda, and so essentially it's the same thing just flipped. And so Vision and Wanda are both doing the same thing, and so you get like this very tragic post-mortem imagery of, Vision's dead in this one reality, and but now Wanda is dead in this other reality, and so they're both sort of like romantically taking care of each other.
Oh, but did you like the
Let's
end
take a
part
break
though?
again.
You gotta go potty. Okay.
Actually, probably should go potty. Yeah.
Go downstairs, homie. I got this.
All right.
You just gave me something to launch on. I mean,
All right.
I'll bring it back up when you get back.
All right. Launch into it.
It's the thing of when Vision gives up his stone before they leave, how the zombie Wanda looks at Vision, and I see it because I don't know if it's because of WandaVision, the TV series, or I just saw it just because it was there, it was meant to be there. Because that's my brain seeing stuff that either is supposed to be there or seeing it where other people don't see it. I don't know if anybody saw it or not. The part where it looked like she was going to end up turning Vision into a zombie because she was a zombie and still had her powers. And my brain went, ooh, that'll be a good episode. I mean, I don't know if they'll do it or if they'll show it, but for me, that my brain instantly went straight there. It's like, yes, now we're gonna have WandaVision vampire version, where Wanda is a vampire and brought Vision back, and because she's a vampire, she brought him back as a zombie. She brings him back as a zombie, so that way they can live for eternity as the king and queen of all zombies. Got the vampires for too long now. I'm saying vampires instead of zombies. The goofiness of the ADHD brain. But I mean, for me, it's a duh. Automatic next step. Maybe another little cartoon mini-series they could do with like the whole zombie mini-series. Where, and this is just my brain, please Disney, please, the whole department, don't steal my ideas. If you do, please send me a check for $100,000. Hello? There we go. What the hell? Wait. Razor Star. Yeah, no, I think that one's the right one. Okay, we lost signal. I do not know where the hell the signal. Damn it. I don't know where the heck the signal cut off. And it looks like I'm froze online. Great. No, I didn't want to go into that, you fucking goober. Okay, there we go. Now I'm back up. And I do not know when that cut off. That kind of sucks. Disney, give me a phone call. I want to write you a whole freaking universe, or I want to be the story guy. Kind of like how Stan Lee was. He was the story guy, everybody else drew pictures. That's where I want to be. That's what I want to do. And I have enough scenarios in my head that I can do that. And I do not want to cut this off early. But at the same time, I'm going to have to look at my phone, see how far back the sound went off. Because apparently, the sound just a freaking weird. That kind of pisses me off. Okay, go back.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. She stopped talking.
The mic went out. I'm trying to see where it went out, and so that way I know what they missed. I literally rewound the live broadcast to see where it stopped.
The mic went out.
Yeah.
How'd you know the mic went out?
That wasn't moving.
Oh.
The video stopped. So at least 7 to 8 minutes back.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So, guys.
I don't even know where the hell I was in the middle of my conversation to freaking tell people. I mean, we ain't got nobody viewing, but because it's going to go on YouTube automatically.
Yeah, so if you guys, yes, if you guys had audio technical difficulties on your end, like if you guys couldn't hear anything for the last 7 minutes, it wasn't you. It was our end, on my end of things.
Turn on that quick.
But we're back, and
sorry about that, guys. I went on a big tangent, and
Glad
y'all
you
probably heard most of it, but I don't know. It just cut out out of fucking nowhere. And when I noticed it, I'm like, wait, that's not moving anymore.
Yeah, I was talking to him about how my favorite part was honestly the of the zombies part. Aside from the Vision thing, and aside from Suspicion, Spider-Man, and a couple other elements of that story, were my favorite parts.
Cut out around when you walked off, because I was gonna bring it back up. But finish what you're saying, then we'll talk about what I was saying.
So basically, a couple elements that are my favorite parts of the zombie show is the whole when Vision is keeping Wanda in that little facility, and it's a facility that everyone is under the intention or the belief that presumption that we have a cure, and everything's going to be fine, and we're all saved, and which turns out to not be true at all. But it's the idea that Vision has been feeding Wanda, the zombie Wanda, parts of Black Panther, which draws directly from the comic book, apparently, because apparently in the comic book, it was actually Ant-Man who did it, the original Ant-Man. Not the Paul Rudd version, but the original guy. And they basically, he was feeding...
The one I actually
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, he was feeding on Black Panther himself. He wasn't being noble and trying to feed a lover or whatever. But Vision in this story is feeding parts of Black Panther to Wanda and sustaining her, as well as any person, any stragglers that happen to run into them. And my guess is that, an assumption is that Vision doesn't immediately feed them to Wanda because of the fact that, they
Well,
have
he makes a comment about needing them fresh meat.
Yeah, and he made a comment about it, but he didn't immediately feed them because, they were comrades at one point. They were all Avengers together. But it's funny because he's talking about, logic, and he's talking about, love and everything. And it made me think of WandaVision, where Wanda builds the entire reality because of the fact that she loves Vision, and then her and Vision end up having children. They didn't intend to have children, it just happened. She just sort of popped the babies. And then after a little bit of time, they're having little family moments, and it's all cute and stuff. And even though it's all pretty much a fabrication of her reality. And of her mind. And so that was one of my favorite parts of this entire zombie flick, was the fact that it was like, how Wanda is kind of insane? Well, guess what? Vision's also insane. They're both insane together. At least they want to be. And so, you have this two different sides of the love
Of the
angle of the story. And my other favorite part was Spider-Man.
Well, hang on a
to go
sec.
see Spider-Man.
Stay with the WandaVision for a sec.
Okay.
The ending, after he gives them his stone.
Yeah.
It's basically just
Yeah, he like pulls it out of his head.
Yeah, it's just an empty course, and zombie Wanda walks up to him.
Yeah.
My thought process on that, because I don't know if y'all heard it or not, if that's around where it skipped out, was the zombie Wanda was going to turn Vision into a zombie Vision, because she tried to keep him alive in the WandaVision, but now she's going to do it because it's the what if universe where she's a zombie. She's going to turn him into
Zombie Vision.
So that way they can rule the zombie world together.
Yeah. Especially with that last, I don't know if you remember that last scene or that last shot
I remember.
of Zombie, where it showed Thanos.
Yep.
Spoiler alert. Thanos is in this, and he's a zombie, of course, as you will.
And
And
the only son he was missing was Vision's.
only reason why I didn't put a image of Thanos on here is because I felt like it would be a visual spoiler.
Well, the thing I thought was funny is how they show him with still the gauntlet, even though he's a zombie, because apparently it's not just Earth, it went everywhere.
Yeah.
Which also feeds into the other photo you saw with the zombie guardians.
Yep.
But I mean, for me, it's the zombie Thanos. Is he going to turn everybody into zombies so that way they can eat each other? Is he going to keep only, like, do the same thing, but instead of, like, taking out a third to half of the population of the multiverse?
Yeah.
Of the whole cosmos, essentially? Or the multi-cosmos, however you want to look at it. Does he turn half of them back into humans and make them immortal and turn the regular humans into cattle because he has the Infinity Stones? Because if the Vision, the one he has in his head, is the one that slows down and stops zombies,
Yeah.
if he puts it in his Infinity Gauntlet, is that going to stop or slow him down, or is that going to give him such an awareness mentally, because it messes with the mind, give him, because it's the Mind Stone, give him the next level of thought process and make him the zombie, but with full capability of his mind?
Well, she took, like, Peter Parker has the Mind Stone.
That's
So,
what I'm saying, though.
unless Wanda fakes the Mind Stone or creates a new one, pretty sure that he doesn't have the Mind Stone.
No, because he didn't in the Gauntlet. He didn't have the Mind Stone. That was the one he was missing, because it's the one that goes in the middle of the glove.
Yeah.
So my thought on that, because it's the one that goes in the middle of the glove, and that was the only one missing from the gauntlet of
Yeah.
zombie Thanos. Would he actually be able to use it because he's a zombie? Because
You're talking about
the Mind Stone
that.
slows down the zombies.
I'm not sure.
Or will
honestly.
that make him the awakened zombie? He knows he's a zombie, but he's back to normal Thanos' brain because it's the Mind Stone.
That's an interesting theory. Since he's a mad.
Well, that's
Titan.
why I said Disney. Give me a call. Give me a phone number. You can find me on social media. Karnage6778.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if that was part when it disappeared. Call me. Write me a check. I will give you ideals for every freaking multi-universe and cartoon series and live-action series that you could run for 100 years and still make money. All I want is a cut.
Like the Mad Titan Thanos, who goes full on sentient zombie and becomes like the newest zombie king because of the fact that he's sentient.
Or because, well, no, my thought on that too is because he's the aware zombie. He's the next level of thought process zombie, not just zombie.
Yeah.
Because with him having the Infinity Gauntlet and all but the Mind Stone, it's almost like his zombie self still wants to keep the original plan of taking out half of everything.
Yeah.
So that way we don't burn all the resources. But as zombies, they don't eat regular stuff. So does that mean he's going to keep half as immortal humans or keep them in cages or some such to feed the zombie
Probably cages.
universe or cosmos, however your viewpoint is on that?
Probably cages. To be honest.
Because they are now cattle.
Yeah, because he goes from being eco-terrorist Thanos, who's trying to be noble with his goals, to being zombie Thanos, and really at that point, everybody's already dead anyway. Or
90%
undead.
of them, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's undead
So he
anyway.
needs food.
Yeah.
And the only way to feed a zombie is to have live specimens. So
Yep.
does he keep using the gauntlet to make more food or turn some of the zombies back into humans to be eaten by the rest, including himself, and basically make himself like a human tree? Make it some way so that way the zombies are now the only thing in the universe. Humans are now just like cattle. Just like in some of the
you're
vampire
suggesting-
theories that, no, we're going to worship the vampires so that way when the vampires take over and kill or try to kill the rest of you humans, we will still be alive because we're their bitches.
Yeah, so you're suggesting that second episode of this What If idea.
If they do it.
Well, they've talked about having like a season 2 of What Ifs, in which it's all a bunch of follow-ups to a previous episode.
Like I said,
And
give
so
me a
it'd
phone
be
call, email me, you can find me.
second. And like, so
Karnage 6778 on everything.
they were talking about saying that they're going to be following up with the Black Panther. They're going to be the Star-Lord. They're going to be following up with Captain Carter. They're going to be following up with quite a few of these stories. So
Well, I mean, they've
that'd be
done them
interesting
in
follow-up.
comic books, so now we're just going to turn it into an actual animated series. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
But the thing is, where they would go and where I would go could make a whole completely new series or a whole completely new comic. Like I said, give me a phone call or an email. Same diff nowadays. I would laugh if I get an email from them next 2 days. Hey, we saw your podcast. Don't tell nobody. Call this phone number. I gotta run off. Take care of some shit. I'll be a multi-millionaire. And then I'll become governor. And then it'll be a lot easier to get what I want done because I'll be part of the 1%, so I can fix all the bullshit that the 1% has done. That would be perfect. Still give me a phone call. Send me an email. You know where to find me.
You get like a bunch of PMs in your YouTube.
No, it'll be on your YouTube. Like, God damn it, Tim.
Yeah, that's true. Like I get a PM myself, and I'd be like, Disney's contacting me.
Cool. You are now my fucking agent, bitch. You get 15%. Make the damn contract. I'll make you rich one way or another. Well, you know that's my end goal, right? If I'm rich, you gotta be rich, so I ain't gotta worry about my sister. It's like, nah, we got this. Click, snap, done.
Yeah, let's do this calculation real quick. Let's say $3 million. You said $1 million.
Well, I was saying $500,000 for the ideal. If they actually want me to sit down with writers and actually work it out, it'd be more. But
Well,
sure, we'll go with $3 million because that's the number I just threw out.
$3 million. 15% is 450,000.
But wait, go back. You got to backtrack. $3 million times, back it up. If you can back up to 15, like, no, keep the 0 dot. 76 equals, no, just hit equals, then times 15%. Because that's how much I would get after taxes, approximately.
342,000.
There you go. Either way, that's a decent chunk of change.
Oh yeah. It's
See,
like,
you always gotta remember the government's gonna take their chunk out first.
yeah, 342,000 is
Enough to get him a house, and he doesn't have to worry about shit for at least a year.
it's about 500. No, 50,000 shy, a little over 50,000 shy of what the president makes per year.
Shh, don't give away my secrets. Money, money, money. Not really. It's if I become a 1%er, it's the okay. Now we just go on with all the plans I've been talking to you about. That some of them I've thrown up here on our podcasts about making everything equivalent.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm part of the 1%, I'm literally in the bubble to fix the bubble I'm always bitching about. You get in the club before you can take over the club. Still call me, Disney. Email me. I got you.
It's like then suddenly you watch the episode and they don't contact you. You watch the episode and suddenly Thanos is doing all this stuff suggested and you're just like, fuck me running.
No. Then that's when I literally sit there and I pay attention to everything on the credits. If my name pops up, pause. Take a picture, make a phone call. Where's my check, bitch? No, that's literally what I would do. If I saw my name in the credits anywhere and it was doing what I said, I'd make 2 to 3 phone calls, maybe 5 max, and find out how much money they're going to give me. We didn't see it, motherfucker. Shut up. Y'all work with Microsoft. Microsoft is basically the ones who run YouTube. I run my other crap through Twitch. I'm making money on all platforms now out of nowhere for no reason. No. I said I wanted a lump sum and I wanted a job. Not you just jack my shit off my podcast. I've even said it on previous podcasts where I've said stuff. Call me, send me an email.
Yeah.
I mean, because no offense, the title of the email would have to be like, offering deal for ideals for TV series or comics. They'd have to phrase it in such a way so that I wouldn't think it was a junkie mail and just go.
Yeah.
There'd have to be something in the email to catch my eye, and that is the thing. $50 million. Signed contract. What is this? Okay, it's a junk one. Delete. Don't tell anybody this is Disney. Okay, keep that one. I will be right back. Get on my computer, do a typing, go through the whole form shit.
Or you just having me type to them.
I'll fill out the paperwork, tell them they gotta contact my agent, and we'll go from there.
You can barely tell people that they're not the imposter on Among Us. You'll be sitting there on
Actually,
your
I've
phone.
gotten a lot better at it.
You'll sit on your phone and we're like, all arguing over who the imposter is, and they'll be like, wait, what about that yellow guy? He hasn't said shit. And you're just like, I can't type, bitch.
Type slow, huh? Well, no, that's when I'm on my phone because it's clicking. It's the little buttons, and I type them.
Yeah.
With the computer, I mean, it's a little bit faster, but it's still slow.
Yeah.
But I mean, I give them a heads up. But I mean, I really don't play Among Us anymore because it kind of became a crapshoot. unless you actually literally have 10 people you can play with, or at least 6 people you can play with to actually make it a decent game.
It's funny is I actually paid for the add-ons, and then like
I did too. Good point.
I paid for the add-ons like months ago, and then we all just stopped playing.
Hey, that was you. You wanted to play Phas in excess. I
Hey,
cannot be blamed. That is your own fault, homie.
hey, Phasmophobia is a fun game, and it's kind of
Well, no, I didn't say it wasn't. It's a blast. But
Yeah.
right now, with my Twitch stream, I'm doing, because my last episode, I literally was like, alright, this is how you do a character, or start a character in Anarchy Online. I literally took them through as much as I could through the starter area
Yep.
before I hit the 2-hour mark, and the kids got home from school. And then I told them, alright, I hit my 2-hour mark, and my kids are home from school. I have to end the broadcast. I'll see y'all later. You'll probably see me in the next 2 or 3 days, maybe 4, depending on how shit rolls.
Yeah.
Because you know me, it's never a guarantee. It's you'll see it when you see it.
Yep.
Because I had a constant, like, 1 or 2 viewers that kept popping in and out. But, like, every 15 minutes, they'd come back.
Very
And
true.
my thought on that is, okay, you're either being a Twitch bitch and coming in to make sure I'm not cussing, screaming, or fucking a bitch on my stream, or butt naked, or you're just one of these assholes who won't stay in the stream to give me the 3 viewers so that way I can become affiliated or get to the point where they're like, ooh, we want you to be affiliated, you have to do it for this many times.
Yeah.
And that is my current bitch. At no offense, some of the people who watch on Twitch, they pop in, pop out, pop back in. It's like, dude, if you're gonna sit here and watch me, watch me. Because no offense, 90% of the population has a phone and a computer. Watch me on one, and then see who else is on and watch it on the other device. If you don't have at least 2 to 3 sets of headphones, oh yeah, before we leave, you gotta come down to my car and get something. I think Amber left her headphones in my car. Kids pointed that out to me earlier. I forgot to tell you when we went to go get drinks.
Amber left her headphones.
Yeah, the red ones,
Yeah.
pink, whatever. They're in the back seat.
Okay.
But it's the. Yeah, I lost my thought process. Just something popped in red. Oh no! Goes back into my thought process with the headphones. Most people have a set of headphones for the phone, and either have a set for their computer or laptop, or it just blasts out on the speaker, so they can literally watch me on one and look for something on the other. I
Yeah.
do it like the other day. Snow White, Poison Apple. I was watching on my phone while streaming. I threw out the thing telling them I'm streaming here now on your channel, because, I mean, it's still our podcast.
Yep.
But, I mean, with as late as it is, I don't know if she was on my Twitch before it decided to go, kind of pisses me off it did that. I actually had 2 viewers. I was about to check to see who. The damn thing went stand up there to keep a distant view, kind of like this one's doing, but a little bit different angle.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I wasn't going to argue with the phone. Yeah, overheated. Fucking pretty bitch. No, it just makes me want to go get a different case, but I don't want to pay for the money because I want to save up money or use, my money for other stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just a process, so I just have to figure it out. Oh yeah, heads up, Saturday, if we're going to broadcast or anything, it'll have to be me at my house, you here, and same on Friday. We'll play the game, but I'll have to be at my house.
Oh. Okay.
Because Comic-Con,
Oh.
Teresa Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And apparently, because Ray's grandfather died, she will be leaving town sometime Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I'm thinking it'll probably be Thursday or Friday.
Lovely stuff.
Well, just for a heads up so that we know what the fuck's going on this week.
I'm actually trying to decide if I'm even going to be able to go to Comic-Con. I'm going to try and convince Amber to have us go. We just got to figure out how the next few days go.
Well, if you can't go, you can't. I mean, it's have to wear a mask
Yeah.
for the whole thing. So, that's kind of what I was talking about with the wife at the beginning of the podcast. So,
Yeah. Is she, like, not so big on it because the whole mask thing, or she doesn't care?
no, she's just like, just to give you a heads up so that way you know. It's like, okay,
It's like,
just heads up.
you walk in and everyone's got fucking all their different masks and shit.
I might just put on my whole freaking Goku setup, dude. Fucking gi
Yeah.
and everything. I'm thinking to go full Goku. Blue shirt, my orange gi top, my orange gi pants.
Now I really want to see you with a giant fucking mohawk. Just like,
No, not mohawk. It's not Goku, dude.
or just have your hair just that like hairstyled and everything to where it looks kind of like
Oh,
Goku.
no. I'm just got the outfit. I don't have a wig or any of that stuff. I mean, there's a designer how to do Vegeta's hair as Super Saiyan.
I see you every day with the
Odin
outfit.
makes.
I see you every day with the outfit. That's why I was saying one step further.
Oh.
To your hair.
No, not the gym outfit. I'm talking about my actual
Oh.
gi at home.
Okay.
My actual gi I have at home.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't have is the blue belt.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had the money this year. You know, with everything that's happened and whatnot.
Yeah, it's kind of strange how that works, you know? That everyone all is trying their hardest to hit all their goals, but then COVID hits, and this hits, and that hits, and then suddenly it's just like every year we're always trying to say, oh, this year, oh, this year.
Well, actually, I got half of where I was trying to get this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't fully get there, and I knew I wasn't going. I knew there was a 50% chance I wasn't going to.
Yeah.
But I mean, once a lot of the restrictions were being lifted with the COVID stuff, with wearing masks and whatnot,
Yep.
the thing was, DoorDash slowed down for a little while, for like a good month, which
Yeah.
completely fucked me. And because it wasn't as busy, and I wasn't making what I was making beforehand, I literally took like, you saw me, what was it, like 2-3 weeks off?
Yep.
And it took me 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks almost. And now they're like, oh yeah, DoorDash whenever the hell you want. Again.
Yeah.
So it's, I have the work ethic, but if there's no reason to go out, and it's not busy, or, I know I'm not going to make money, then there's no point in doing it.
Yeah.
But also with my mentality, when I go out, I'm always on a constant. That's like on the way home, I'm going to have to fill up my tank. I already know it. I didn't do it before I came because I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll just go over, we'll shoot the shit, we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really worried about it.
Yeah.
Because I knew I was going to have to do it for the night. It's done, and then that ties into me door dashing tomorrow and doing a few other things maybe,
Yeah.
Because the
Things
wife
are
was
in
saying, go hang out with her dad, because Comic-Con being Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, she's going to be gone all those 2 days. I'm like, oh, talk to dad. I'm not just going to show the hell up at his house.
He's just like, Comic-Con, what?
Well, no, he knows. Me and him had a discussion about it. About how she'd be doing that this weekend, essentially.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, whatever.
I would be doing all 3 days, without everything, all the obstacles that keep coming up. I'd be doing all 3 days, but we're trying.
Well, with her
trying to see
volunteering, she
where
gets, I think,
everything
a
is.
1 day pass.
Yeah.
So for her doing the 3 days straight, she gets like 2 or 3 day passes.
Yeah.
But I mean, with the way some of the cons and whatnot change the rules, she wants to see where the heck everything's gonna land first.
Yeah.
If we get screwed, we won't go. But Connor, my oldest, actually asked if we could. He actually asked her, so I'm gonna get a Comic-Con ticket. I can go.
Yeah.
So apparently he wants to go this year
Oh.
because he had fun, but Nikki kind of got burnt out like quickly.
Yeah.
So we kind of like cut it short last time.
Yeah.
At 11%. But yeah, no, it goes back to this my favorite saying: "It is what it is. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, okay."
Yeah. That's kind of how it is for me right now. Like, anything good happens, I'm super thankful for. Anything that's like not so great, I just kind of try to
Brush
Go,
it off,
you know,
keep moving.
keep going along things and try my hardest to
Oh,
just push through, and just do what I can in the
You kind
moment.
of have to.
Yeah, because it's like you can get hung up on it and everything, and the problem with getting hung up on it is it'll just drag you down.
And it'll slow you down on progressing
Yes, it'll
to get to the next level.
and it'll cause you to spiral too. Like, and
Well,
it's
that's where
just
you
not
were
good.
talking about yesterday, the psychology classification. You're an introvert.
Yeah, I'm an ENFP, introvert.
You keep
with
saying the letters. I still
with-
don't know what they mean.
I don't even know what they mean. I just know that it's called ENFP. But basically, it's you basically are an introvert. Some of them are naturally extroverted, but it's like I'm one of the unusual ones that are introverted primarily. But I ambivert so much that I forget that I'm introverted until I get to the point where I'm just exhausted and just don't feel like dealing with people. And you think that with that being said, that I would know, not want to even bother with Comic Con
You
because
said
that just means
ENFP.
people. Yeah, ENFP. But in reality, it's like, I actually enjoyed Comic Con for many, many years, and it's just the last couple years have just been a shit show when it comes to trying to do big events like that. Like whether it's COVID or whether it's, any of that. Yeah, a campaigner ENFP is someone with the extroverted, intuitive, feeling, and prospecting personality traits. Oh, okay, so it's extroverted, intuitive, feeling, and prospecting. Yeah, I'm the version of that that's more introverted than extroverted.
I don't know what
you know.
personality says she'd have to take. Is that 16 personalities? Is that which one this one is?
Yeah, it's 16 personalities.
I took this test once. I could
But-
probably take it again. I might.
I wanted to go to Comic Con one of the years, and then we just had a lot of like storms, clusterfuck storms happen, and so we just didn't end up going. And then the one year 2020, it was just like
Everything went to shit.
Yeah, everything like COVID, everything. Like COVID
Oh,
started
yeah.
in March, and then suddenly everything was getting stopped.
Well,
and
it
then
didn't
suddenly
start.
everything-
That's just when the restrictions started.
Yeah. And so it's like, and then everybody was like, "Oh yeah, 2021 is going to be so much better. We don't even want to hear about 2020." And then suddenly 2021, the whole I was turning on. I was cleaning the bathroom before we even started this podcast, and Tim was like, or Karnage was just like, "Hey, we're gonna do the broadcast," and I was like, "Yes, I need to do something real quick." So I'm listening to Steve Colbert talk about the Delta variant, making jokes about it and stuff, and how the CEO of Delta Airlines doesn't even want to acknowledge the name of the company because it references COVID now, because it's called Delta for the
Oh, no, I
variant.
That's like the stupidity. Hurricane name. Well, we had this one. All right. Random name that begins with this letter. Enter. Okay, or all the names that begin with this. All right, put the names in the randomizer. Hit randomize. Poop. Can't use that one. We've already used that one. Okay. You should have. All right, give me the list of names we haven't used. Sort of thing.
Yep.
And the camera just said F off.
Yeah, it was like every time I tend to have to deactivate and then reactivate it, and it was like
Every once in a while, it's like, screw you.
it just says "fuck you" after a little while.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like I said, I want to be able to actually go to Comic Con. I just don't know how it would turn out with COVID. Like in my mind,
Wait
I'm
another
thinking,
year.
I'm thinking
So
of
that way it's more organized, because the wife also told me that apparently Salt Palace decided to add a hotel onto their building.
huh.
Yeah. So it's no longer the Ramada or whatever. That's like
Yeah, the
literally
Ramada Salt
right
Palace.
next to it, where they got that alley in between.
Yeah.
It's literally attached to it, so
So
it
you're
makes
gonna-
it a lot different.
So you're gonna have the Salt Palace where you go in those doors, or you
The
go
salt shakers,
where you
the
go in-
two up front.
or you go into the other side where there's the hall. You just open up
Actually,
the
I
double
think the
doors.
other side is.
Oh, you think that's where the hotel is?
I'll tell you after I go on Saturday.
But
I'll
like,
have to send you a picture or a video of it, unless you go.
Yeah.
For me, then you'll see it.
yeah, I'm
But
gonna
you'll see what I'm talking
talk to
about.
Amber
'cause
about whether or not we're gonna go or not.
the
Because I've
way
got
the way the wife was describing it, it's like I completely see.
I spent $250 in June on before everything happened with my job and everything on Misha Collins, being able to go see Misha Collins, and I don't even know if they're gonna get a refund on that or whatnot. But it was two sets of tickets. Basically, 8 people could go to the photo booth and get a picture with Misha. So I'm trying to convince the wife to go with me and do that thing. Maybe what we could do is Saturday. I can have Amber do the makeup for Crystal because of the wedding that's gonna happen, and then after she does the makeup, we
It'll
can
probably be
bounce.
after the wedding when we go to Tom.
When is the wedding? Do we even know?
Amber sent me a text with all the so it was just Crystal was like, "Hey, ask Tim since he's there." It is. Oh no, we'll be good because it's at 5 p.m.
Oh, 5 p.m.
Yeah, so it'll probably be in the morning. Because Dad was saying, "Well, yeah, no, we're still doing the wedding." I'm like, "Yeah, no, I plan to go to the wedding."
So maybe like wake up super early Saturday, go to the con.
I think
the photo
11
booth.
or 12
Yeah.
is when the regular people can get in. But if you have like the platinum membership or what, paid the extra, you can get in a little bit earlier.
Little pass, yeah.
Yeah. I never understood that. No, pay more money to get in earlier. Screw you, I just want a 3-day pass. I'll get in when everybody else gets in. Screw it.
Yeah.
And me being handicapped and whatnot, and not having a scooter this year, kind of like last year, it's going to be interesting or really crap.
They need to figure out what day because they told me that they were going to tell me what day that the photo event is supposed to happen, and
You
if they
haven't
didn't-
found out anything?
yeah, and they haven't told me whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So if it turns out it's Friday, I'll just have her and I go Friday or something.
Yeah.
But if it's Saturday, then we'll just do that and then go to the wedding afterward after the con.
Yeah, I think the last one shoot, that's when I go in the fleet to get up. Oh no, I know at least a couple people who see me on a regular. Like, okay, this happened at church today. We went to church, right? Did
Yeah.
sacrament. I waited till almost the room was completely cluttered out before I decided to move on to the next class.
Yeah.
Because last week DJ left town, so it was literally sacrament run home.
Yep.
But it was Anywho, it was sacrament, and then okay, which class are we on? Kids were like, which way? I'm like, just go to primary. Primary. Because that looks like where everybody's going. It's
Yeah.
that week. Okay, and they ran off. I literally waited with had like 5 people saying my first name. They didn't do it with the Brother Potter thing. They're just saying my name. It's like, that's nice. At least everybody knows who the hell I am. Well, no, I mean, because that's my usual. Because 90% of the people, it's like, yeah, the long-haired, loud motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's me. But I mean, I accept that. I am loud. I have long hair, and I'm 90% of the time my hair is blonde.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the winter when I'm outside, why the hell would you go outside during the winter? Sun. I mean, hell, for like the last couple years, I've kept. Well, I can't really see right now with the pigment. At least not on that screen. Looks a little bit better on our screens, but I almost have a year-round constant tan because I'm always going outside or I'm always doing stuff outside.
Yeah.
But with me broadcasting the last couple weeks, I noticed my shades not actually dropped because the sun's like literally blasting in the front room.
Yep.
And keeping me nice and bright for my video camera for live broadcasting. So,
Yeah.
tomorrow I'll probably go to DoorDash for like an hour or two, go work out, come home, and broadcast for an hour or two.
on your game,
Anarchy Online.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anarchy Online.
One of these days I'll actually jump in on that.
Well, you can play for free. I mean, we could run around with some stuff, but some of the stuff I gotta do because I have a paid account, you can't do, which is the Shadowlands. It's $100 a year, and that's the cheapest way to do it. Because $15 a month, or well, it's technically 16 with taxes and blah blah, kind of like WoW.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to do the $100 a year. Because with WoW, it's $100 for 6 months. I'm sorry, kiss my ass. Because with Anarchy Online, heyo, I get $100 for a year.
Yeah.
So.
Because I remember Stuckman and a couple other YouTubers talking about Anarchy Online, and
It's a fun game.
they had their promo code and everything.
Well, the promo code is probably to do it through Steam.
Yeah.
if you actually want to do it, I have a download on my flash drive. I'll just bring it over and put it on your laptop. And you can, like, after we get on your laptop, you can go from there.
Do you think it would let me actually go to the Shadowlands though, or do you think it would stop?
No. You won't be able to. I know you won't, because you'll try and the game will be like, no, you can't do that. You're not. This isn't a paid account.
Yeah. So what is in the Shadowlands anyway? What makes it so important and special?
Well, it's not just Shadowlands. It's Shadowlands and Aliens. Aliens is okay. Level out or max out level is 220. 200 is just what they call a free account.
Yeah.
The extra 20 levels is in the Shadowlands, where you can do a few things. You can go into areas that's a little bit faster to level.
Yeah.
Because of the level of the stuff. You don't have to go, like with Rubica, which is the regular area, where free and, you don't have to pay for it or whatnot. That stuff is either roll missions, or you literally run around and find stuff a little bit under your level or right at your level.
Yeah.
To try to fight and kill to level up. Then it can ship you up, depending on what level you are, depending on. If you're paying attention to what you're doing,
Yeah.
you can get missions all the way out in BFE that's a pain in the ass you can't get to. So, depends on how you want to do it. And for me, the reason I want to do Shadowlands is because I want to experience the full game.
Yeah.
Learn every little bit, every little piece. I mean, I'm still learning some stuff because the way the wife explains it compared to the way her dad explains it are two completely different.
Two completely different stories.
Yeah, because, I mean, she's also changed her story because her dad, now getting into the game the way he's gotten into it in the last year, well, 2 years now, essentially a year. He's gotten deeper into it. He's taken his guy that was, everybody was literally shitting their pants and going, oh my god, look how badass he is.
Yep.
And made him 10 times more badass. He's like the most kick-ass freaking enforcer in the game. Basically tank. Bring it, bitch.
Yeah.
Okay, this thing's like freaking level 300. Put a doctor on me or a hill pet just to cover my ass. I probably won't need it, but, cover my ass.
Yeah.
Because there's certain mobs in the game where they'll kick your butt. And a lot of the people who play Anarchy Online, it's not my character. They call it their tune.
Yeah.
But it's your avatar, your character, your tune, whatever you want to call it. Same thing. You pick the race, and then you pick whatever job you want. Now, with having the Froob account, the only difference is you can't get a couple of, I think it's like 2 or 3 of the jobs. Basically, your breed, or I mean, not your breed, your profession.
Yeah.
I'll just use D&D, easier terms.
And no, we are not sponsored by Anarchy Online. He's just explaining.
Yeah, I'm explaining. No. But I mean, it's literally a D&D game online, just like WoW. But it came out before WoW, and Anarchy Online actually sued WoW when it first came out because they tried to copy some of the code from Anarchy Online because it was a big MMORPG.
Huh. Okay.
So they had to change a lot of their code or figure out a way to rewrite it. Anarchy Online, Funcom. That's the company that does it. Go to funcom.com, and they have a game called Conan the Barbarian. They have like 3 or 4 other games. Anarchy Online isn't their biggest money, bringer in.
Yeah.
But I have fun with the game. It's a good game, and you can actually, the XP you get when you get into your person profile, you can put it wherever you want. But the base that the people I play with, and what you should know just for playing the game is the thing of you should automatically put the points in your stats, like D&D.
Yeah.
Automatically drop your points you're getting into your stats first. Then your HP, then instead of it being mana, it's called a nano pool.
Yeah.
Because you're using nanos to basically cast programs, aka spells,
Yeah.
like D&D. So you don't have to max out your nano pool, but I mean your other points like nano program. There are certain ones you need to run your nanos for whatever profession you pick or for whatever because it'll tell you in the nano because it's a shift right click
Yeah.
or no, left click, shift left click, and it pulls up all the info. Well, I'll do it over here. Pulls up all the info for what you need to use the nano.
Yeah.
And it's an F10 is like all your control and to change certain things on the screen. The one I always click to keep up on, I'll have to show it to you, is a little thing up in the corner. It's a little mini bar thing, and you hit control and whatever number that pulls it down. Programs, whenever you click your nano, it pops into your programs, and then you can put it on your hotbar, so that way it's just 1 through 10, 1
Yep.
through 0. And that's where I like this game more than some of the other games, because most of the other games stop at 9. It's 1 through 9. They don't use
Yeah.
the whole damn bar. I like this game because it uses the whole bar, 1 through 0. Or 1 to 10, technically. But,
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of my bigger irritations with games like Minecraft. I mean, I like playing it, but I only have 10 fucking squares. What the hell, asshole? I want 10.
Yeah.
I have 10 freaking dots. But the thing I like is inventory is I. And they also give you a little, looks like little medicine baubles. But one's your HP, one's your nano pool, one's your experience. And if you have a paid account, it's alien experience bars.
Yeah.
So that way you know what level you are, how much life you have. So that way, oh crap, I'm at half life, I should hit my heals.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense.
it's a really fun game. You get into it, like engineers, and this is what Dad's told me. It's no. The profession is engineer to build stuff because that's what an engineer does.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that makes sense. But some people build their characters, even though it's like an engineer or a doctor or certain characters, they build it as a damage dealer or a damage taker tank. They build it to be a tank.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're putting all your points into it for a tank, you're not getting the full doctor thing or some of the other stuff that if you dump the points into where it needs it, you end up getting a better character for that specific profession.
Yeah.
If you don't do it right, you're basically building a character that's a piece of shit. Because it's not doing what the name and the profession is literally says and is what it's meant for.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's all, everybody's different perceptions and how they want to do it. So
So you just kill a lot of monsters on the game, or
that's like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's build a big ass dude so that way if anything happens. It's the game is, you have neutrals, which don't pick a side. And then you have Omni and Clan. Oh, piece of dust. Blew up my nose. Omni is essentially dark side.
Yeah.
Clan is light side. We're all Omni. Because if you listen, go on Steam, type in Anarchy Online, watch the little, clip they have for the game that tells the mythos. It's like, yes, clans, and then people came and decided to make the clans their slaves. And they decided to fight back, and the ones who came to take over the planet and use all of its resources were called Omni.
Yeah.
And those who decide to fight for the planet are called Clan. And the difference in the gardens, if you actually pay for it in the Shadowlands, is Clan is all pretty flowers, Mother Nature. Where Omni is, nah, you're here, okay, here's where you go to go kill shit.
Yeah.
There's guys over there to buy crap from in every garden. Or you just, it's literally, we're just here to get you to the next point.
Yeah.
We're on because I literally had a character at neutral level 20 just to see what the difference between the clan and the Omni was in the gardens. And the clan garden, it's way more confusing to get into because it's like pretty and like the flowers all up in my shit. It's so colorful. I can't see where the hell I'm going. Damn, there's so many plants. How am I supposed to walk around this crap? I'm supposed to walk on leaves. I'm walking on leaves instead of an actual. Okay, no, I like Omni because it's an actual platform. It's not me trying to climb up Mother Nature's ass to get to the next damn point. Oh, I can see the noise. Okay, now I know why blind people pick the way they do.
Makes sense.
Well, no, it's kind of like, which would you rather be? A Jedi or Sith? What is 90% of the American population pick? Sith! Why? Because I want to be sneaky. I want to work behind the scenes. I want to kill people. Everybody know I'm killing everybody.
Yeah, people just kind of want
Because
to
we're murder slow
be able to
We're Americans.
delve into their passions and everything like that and use the dark side.
Yeah.
The dark side brings cookies.
But see, there's my thing. No, I'm just neutral. Why? Because I like cookies and I like pretty flowers. Wait, what? Dark side, cookies. Light side, look at the pretty flower I have for you. I love you. But at the same time, I'm going to eat my cookies.
Yep.
Deal with it. That's like me talking about the chaotic and the lawful with D&D. That's why I consider myself pure neutral. Because can I be a chaotic neutral and like completely disregard the rules? Oh, hell yeah. But at the same time, I'm in town. I have to do stuff while everybody's paying attention. That's part of the rules. So that way I don't get arrested. Nobody's looking good. I'm taking all your money, you stupid fuck. You weren't paying attention. It's the look lawful, but at the same time also not be lawful. So I'm doing both at the same time. So I'm literally neutral of all neutrals.
Yeah.
That's what I love. I love being that guy. Do whatever the hell I want, whenever the hell I want. And I don't give two shits.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's pretty much how everybody is. A lot of people.
No, that's how a lot of people like to talk.
Yeah.
But if you actually see them interact, because of their own personal drama from growing up, and this is where I think a lot of people get stuck with just life in general and stuff in general, is they get stuck in the, this is what I know. This is what I know. So you're not allowed to go past this line. No, you're not allowed. No, you're not allowed. Okay. But if you move to the next level and don't let your old shit hold you back and just go with the it is what it is, you're here, instead of being stuck back here,
Yep.
we can actually move to the next fucking round. That's like me with you. I dragged you to the gym. Haha, I lifted more than you, Tim. Okay. Doesn't hurt my feelings. You just boasted that I taught you enough about lifting weights and being a badass at the gym that you're lifting twice as much or doing twice as many reps as I do. You just proved why I'm a good trainer. Alright, who wants to sign up? Who wants to sign me up as their trainer?
Yeah, it was funny. I talked to people a lot about it too. They'll bring it up quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I know. Cause what was it? I came over and Alan and his woman were here. And like, oh, that Tim. Instantly, it's like, nah, I know who you are, motherfucker. It's like, all right, everybody knows me. I mean, I'm using my real name, but I mean, 90% of the time, everybody calls me Karnage online. But I mean, when it's within our own personal bubbles, them actually knowing my name and oh, you're that guy. I hear you're a badass because of this. I'm like, yeah, that's who I am.
Yeah.
And I love it online because why are you like that? What do you mean, why am I like that? Why are you? Do whatever you want. I'm still going to be the most badass me I can be. Because I am the most badass me I can be.
Yep.
And I'm always moving up, leveling up. I'm always in motion.
Yep.
Now, whether it's good or bad is sometimes arguable. But, I mean, that's how I run my motion.
Yep.
Shit's gonna happen whether I want it to, whether I like it or dislike it. So, just go with it.
Pretty much. that's pretty much what I've been learning to do myself, is just kind of going with things and dealing with every piece of BS that comes my way.
Yeah, one little bitch at a time.
Yeah, because it's like, I don't know. I last year, no, a couple of years ago, stuff that I would have gotten hung up on. You know, some of it's repeating, and I'm not getting hung up on it. I'm just simply,
Yeah, but it's
doing
still
what I can.
irritating.
Yeah, do what I can to get it taken care of, so that things are done. And I used to get hung up on it all the time, and I used to throw giant fits, or at least throw bitch fits or whatever, or vent about it. And one of the things that you've noticed, and Brenda's noticed, and Amber's even noticed, is that like I normally get set off by shit, but recently, the last couple months, I just haven't been. And
oh, that sucks. Okay, keep
yeah, and I just kind of get past it, and just like whatever, like
but that's like me. It's like, yeah, this happened. It sucked, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's just keep trucking.
Yep. So it was funny that one day that you came over and you were all pissed off about something that happened with DoorDash, but it lasted like maybe a minute, and then after that you just were like, okay, I'm done venting.
Let's play the game we were gonna play. Let's go do what we were gonna do. Yep.
Yeah, and you just kind of like you vented about it for like a minute, and that was the most pissed off I heard you sound all week. And then after that, you were done with it. You were just like, okay, whatever.
Time
Moving
to go
on.
lift heavy shit. Time to play Phasmophobia. Let's just keep trucking.
Yep. And I've been learning a bit from that myself, like with how I handle the kids, with how I handle
your relationship
with pretty much with Amber, and with a lot of other things. Like I'm just like going, it's not much else you could do but do that. Like, I mean, you could do the other things. You could go into that go into that rabbit hole, but it's a place that causes you to regress a lot. And I'm just like, I have to like really handle my emotions without controlling them. I basically just kind of like breathe in, breathe out, and figure out what I can do about the situation, and understand that things are going to happen the way they are, and I just have to figure out a way around it. That's basically it. And it's taken a lot to do that for me, because I get to a point where I want to explode or control things, or whatever. But
hey, DJ was talking about that a couple weeks ago when I was telling I was trying to get my Melchizedek. Just get to the next step, move, keep trucking.
Yep.
And he understands why. And he understands me well enough to know that, okay, but he also brought up, just don't get stuck where a lot of the Melchizedek priesthood get stuck. Where now that I'm Melchizedek, so which means I'm a little bit higher,
Yeah.
I have to try to control everything. Because if I don't, everything's going to go to pot and it's going to look bad on me. It's like, no, it doesn't look bad on you. You're not supposed to control everything. Everything flows the way it flows. You do what you can.
Yep.
If you can improve it, great. If there's no way to improve it, then let it go, work around it.
Yep. Pretty much it.
I mean, that's the way the world works, whether everybody knows it or not. It's, why aren't the 1% shitting their pants and, like, completely running for the hills because everything's gone to crap? Because they already have their bunkers built because they're the 1%, one. And two, yeah, let everything go to shit. I got enough money and resources to sit on my ass for 10 years. I'm good.
Yep.
Because they got past the point where it was worry about it. It was just to, okay, I'm going to slowly and steadily build up my resources and whatnot.
Yep.
And they got to that point where it was, okay, I'm at the point I don't have to worry about resources. Now it's just save money.
Yep.
Hey, look, now I'm a multimillionaire. Now what am I going to do? I'm going to buy that company that makes $50 billion a year and sit back and just let the money roll in.
Yeah, a lot of them are like that. Like they're just raking in money and stuff, and then
See, what
a lot of
everyone
them
doesn't
make
realize
stuff that we
is
buy.
half the people who are in charge of half the companies nowadays, it's not breaking in the money just because, haha, I'm rich. It's, I did the steps. I worked my way up to it. I became so good at being me and showing everybody else I'm a badass while just being a badass that I got put in the position to be the head of the company. I mean, they were even showing that somewhat on the Undercover Boss shit.
Yeah.
No, I literally climbed up this company. And why did they go back and do the undercover boss thing? Because they haven't been there in 10 years, and I wonder how much it's changed, if it's changed.
Yeah.
And they found out it changed a lot, you fucking dumbass.
Oh yeah. No,
Okay.
yeah. So many.
Now that it's changed that much, or holy crap, I didn't know this was being done this way when I set it up to be ran this way, I need to get more involved. Which helped a lot of companies, helped a lot of people, improved the damn owners. Didn't make the 1% just jackass, haha, I'm saving all this money, this is nice.
Yeah.
And not doing the actual work anymore, because they finally made it to the top level. But the funny part is, where everybody gets stuck is, just because you make it to the top level, the people who are actually at the top level, not the 1%ers, the ones who are above the 1%ers, are basically the only reason the 1%ers have money, or anything actually works the way it does with the capitalism of the world. Because they can't just say America, because it happens everywhere, all the time, every fucking day. The reason it works is because everybody's gotten so used to it and doesn't know how to fix it that the people who are actually in charge and started the system and started all the other countries to get into what we do as America, or so that way our American companies are literally owning factories in every other country, so we're literally capitalism in every other country. But yet, what's the biggest bitch? We don't have that many factories in America. Why? Capitalism works better when you capitalize the benefit of, they'll do it for half the price. They're still making millions on that side. But guess what? Their millions is only $500,000 for me. So their $2 million they're making is $500,000 in my pocket. I'm still making money, fuck it.
Yeah.
Because I'm only spending $250,000 to make $500,000. I'm still above board. Kiss my ass.
Yeah, because you spend $250,000, you get $500,000, so therefore you're making that $250,000 return on investment.
And if you do it just right, it ends up being, with tossing it back into the company or into investments, by the time the business year is done, wherever your business marker is for taxes or whatnot, you've literally made $2 to $3 billion to $1 trillion, and it's like, Or the guy who was there before you because he got so old he had to retire, or lost his fucking brain, gave it to you, and now you're like, I'll just copy what he was doing because clearly it works.
Yeah.
The issue I see with most of the capitalism in the world is nobody knows how to do it right. And because right now, with COVID, the numbers going down, coming back up, going down, but because everybody's hiring, because of COVID, they fired 90% of their staff and now need staff. They don't want to pay you what you're actually worth in this situation, because the cost of living is so high. $10 to $15 an hour. Is that a guarantee? No. Up to $10 to $15 an hour.
Yeah.
You can still get fucking paid $8 an hour minimum wage, $7.25 in America right now.
Yep.
Or in whatever state you live, because I know the states can also do no. In our region, we're gonna do this much as the minimum wage here. But I mean, that's where a lot of people are getting screwed, and it's like, no, you need workers. I don't have to take this job. You're going to pay me what the hell that sign said and the max out on it. Why? Because you need me as an employee. Because if not, I'll just leave. I mean, that's literally the world we live in right now in America.
Well, there was that one story of that one fast food place in Ogden. I think it was trying to remember.
One?
There was a Cafe Rio up north in Brigham, and they were literally putting a sign on their door that said, hiring up to $15 an hour. And we found out that all but 2 people left the company. And then in another city in Utah, it was a Burger King, and then also in another state, it was Eastern state, where the entire staff of Burger King just ditched. And
because I didn't get what you guys put up on the sign. No,
right.
The sign said up to. No. You have no employees, so you're gonna pay me the max out. because I'm the first, because we're the first 50 people, we're the first 20 people that came in. So you either pay us that much, or we don't have to work here. We'll just go to another place to work. Because right now, the market is employee market. Employee. If they say they won't hire you, one, that's their stupidity, and two, fine, dumbass, I'll just go to the next company. Because eventually you'll get hired. Thing is, with the way the system's run in America, it's they don't want to pay you what you're actually worth. You're worth $20 an hour. What are they gonna pay you? $10 an hour. Why? Because they want to make more money. That's like you bitching about almost having 10 years or tenure at Verizon, and then they decide to gank your whole freaking team instead of moving you to another team because they decided to reorganize everything.
Yep.
Especially for the people like you who have the experience, who are really good workers.
Yeah, they gotta have to work for us, from what I understand.
Yeah. For no reason other than, in the end, they'll probably make more money. It's like, but that means your customer service is shittier.
Yeah.
Which is actually worse for your company in the end.
Yeah, it's not only that, but like I called Verizon up a couple weeks ago, and I think I told you about that, where I was helping Jose with his phone.
Yeah.
And it took 4 Verizon reps to get to one that would actually try and help.
And
And
do what
then-
the fuck you were telling them.
Yeah, it was weird. Like I got told so many stories about it while I was working there and everything, and I didn't believe it for some reason, because you've got that whole psychology going on in your head of like, we're all so awesome and this and that, and so when you hear that, that our coworkers aren't doing the best of jobs, you kind of
Your corporate is completely not giving a shit.
yeah, you're listening to it, but at the same time you're like, that can't be that bad. It couldn't be that bad. And then I called them up, and I was on the other end, and I was like, oh, it is that bad. In fact, it's worse than that. Yeah. And then, so that entire day was like 3 hours, 3.5 hours of
Just
Verizon.
wasted time.
Yeah, it was like half a work shift just talking to Verizon, trying to get a fucking phone to work. And I was like, are you serious right now? Like,
It's like, dude, I used to work. This is
Yeah.
what you have to do. But my computer says to follow these steps. How long you been working for the company? Like 3 weeks. Dude, I was there for this long. Do what I'm telling you to. I know how to do it. Go to this. Go to. I remember you and Jose talking about, because Jose was talking about how you were telling them which step to do. And you had to go through like 3 employees, and on the 4th one, they actually did what the hell you said, because you're like, dude, I worked for Verizon for this long. Just do what I'm telling you to.
yeah, there was like 2 of them that were like resistant and didn't want to do what I was advising, and then like the other 2 were like actually working with me on it and everything like that.
Yeah,
but it wasn't wanting to be a rude asshole about it. I wanted to be like the nice guy, but I was very sarcastic and kind of a smartass.
Being nice.
But like I brought it
And I
up,
said that
sync
being
network
one of
with
the
billing, and I
nicest
brought
people.
up like systems like TRG and whatever. And like
Uh-huh.
the guy, the people there were like, well, clearly this guy really knows what he's talking about, because he's bringing
Well,
up
that's like
stuff that
Teresa
Verizon
talking
knows.
to anybody who works at a phone company. No. I have this many years. I worked for AT&T customer service. Shut up. I've done this step, this step, this step, this step, and this step. You need to do this step. But, ma'am, it's like, okay, what's the first step? This. I already did that. What's the second step? This. I told you I already did that. What's the next one? I told you I already did that. What about this one? I already did that. What about this? I did that. Okay, this is the next step then. See, I told you. Just do what I tell you to.
Yeah, it was funny.
I mean, it's arrogance, but it's also, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, bitch. I've worked there. Do what the fuck you're told by somebody who actually knows, who didn't just get hired a week ago, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yes, the anger came out on that one because, I mean, me working at customer service at like convenience stores, Walmarts, and stuff like that, it's like, no, you have to do this. My computer won't let me. Yeah, you just need to know where to go, and clearly you have not been taught or haven't been here long enough to know where to go.
And you'd be the customer that has the 2 S's in the word customer.
Yes. No, I'll admit it.
But yeah, no, it was pretty interesting that day, like going through that, because I started at like 1 in the afternoon, like 12:30 to 1, because that's when Jose showed up, to about 4 fucking p.m. is when the
Finally
lady,
got it
the
done.
lady, what she did was we were trying to figure out what was going on with it, and then the lady was like, "How about this? Go in and update Google." And I was like, "Okay." So I turned on Wi-Fi so that I could update Google because I turned it off at some point to use 4G, and so I turned on Wi-Fi to use Google, and we have to make sure it's using data or the data's fine. So I turned it off the Wi-Fi again after we updated Google, and I turned it off, and then she had told me that LG was having a system glitch in their OS that had to do with Google, and so it was
Because
causing
they weren't talking to
and
each
there was
other.
causing a lot of customers to not be able to make calls or receive calls, and they
That's
were
why
only
I
able
don't
to use
like
Wi-Fi.
LG.
And so there was a lot of stuff going on between, everything, between the phone, between LG, between everything.
You hit pause.
I didn't hit pause, but like it was,
Hit the like button.
but like it was.
We're so good on that.
It was really insane because I was sitting there and I was troubleshooting with them, and we took every step save for factory reset. I even got him set up with. I was getting him set up with the cloud because I was like, if we have to wipe his phone, that means he loses everything. So I was like, we have to back it all up, and so
Yeah, click all those extra buttons to back it all up before
Yeah.
you like.
before we
Yeah.
wipe it, and so but she had me update Google, and then it finally was communicating, and he was finally able to receive calls and make calls, and Redwood 4 was when the fucking call ended, and I was like, thank you for everything, and then she wanted to convince me to change plans or whatever, and I was like, no, let's just stay with what I got for right now. I'll maybe switch it later, and so she was, really trying to get me to buy some stuff, and I was like, this feels familiar, but like I was basically,
But that's
Uh,
the job, and
yeah.
you know it. It's
yeah,
like,
that's why I didn't get
sweetheart,
offended. I was like,
I know this is your job, but no offense, I'm that customer because I used to work for the company. No, I don't want to buy any new shit.
right. It's just like I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna add this. Like especially since I got laid off, and like I have no like aside from like side hustles and shit, I don't have any extra income coming in. So I was like, I need to be careful, and so
Well, that's where I think you should come donate plasma at the processor I donate, because if you, well, the advertisement they've been putting up is, if you donate 10 times, or your first 10 donations, you'll make $1,000.
that's what Dustin was telling me. One of my buddies that worked at Verizon, right? He's still working at Verizon because he was global customer operations, so he was government.
Yeah.
And so
But,
so
I
it's
mean,
probably
you know
still
which plastic center I go to, so, I mean, go there,
Yeah.
because then, if you donate 2 or 3 times, I think it's 3 times, whatever, and tell them I referred you, I get a bonus, so that means that helps me try to save the money I'm trying to save up, like I've been telling you.
yeah.
I mean, I've had a few costs here and there that break into it. I mean, that's mostly gas, because it's DoorDash, but it is what it is.
I hate sharp things.
Hey, sharp thing?
I hate sharp things. I don't like it going in my body, even if it's like making money off of it.
Then talk Amber into doing it.
Like even having 2 IVs in my arm in the hospital made me forever scared of even being in the hospital.
Okay, dude. This might scare the shit out of you, which is why, no offense, I think Amber should do it. In case you have issues with blood and whatnot. So, plasma might not be the best option for you. Because the needles are like 2 to 3 times bigger than the fucking ones for IVs. Fuckers are huge. It's a big bitch. Dude, look at the holes in her arm. I mean,
Yeah.
that is like half the size of the fucking needle, maybe a third of the size.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking spider bit you.
No, dude, spider bites are like an eighth of the size of a fucking damn IV. They're like tiny as shit.
It looks like a tarantula bit you. Like something monstrous fucking just took a chunk out of you. That's what it looks like.
Oh no, they're still in my soul.
Still in your
No.
soul.
No, okay. Okay, by logic alone, and by science in my head. In my head. This is my head canon, bitches. I'm just gonna say that one straight out. Okay, plasma is the extra part that doesn't hold your genetic code. Plasma is the part of your body that fights diseases,
Yeah.
that helps keep you you. So, technically, because plasma can go from one person to another, and once they pull it out of your body, because because I asked them, my blood type apparently is O. Because I asked, I'm like, is it part of my file? Yeah, it is, because we need to know what blood type you are, so that way we know who can, take your plasma, what,
Yeah.
whatnot. But I know with some of the drugs they use plasma to make, by the time they get to that point, it doesn't matter. But because I have O, I can give everybody and anybody blood. So I literally have the godsend blood type. It's like, take it, bitch. I can give to everybody, motherfucker. Tap that vein.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, no, I'm a god. I can do anything. I can heal everybody. Why? Give me the fucking disease. Give me 6 months in a fucking container with the food I asked for, specific amounts, and give me, like, not a lethal dose, like a non-lethal, barely able to register that it's in your blood into my system.
Yeah.
Give me 6 months to a year and basically a box away from everybody and everything, so that way it doesn't become a contagion.
Yep.
And by the time I'm out of that box, I will be the cure for everything, bitch. And as far as I'm concerned with the CMT and everything else, with my genetic issues, and with my bodily issues, and how I am the one abnormality in such a way with the genetics of my family, even Russell's genetics, with some of the stuff that his family genetics hit wrong, with the diabetes, high blood pressure, and all that shit that hasn't hit me. And with the CMT, the way it's affected me and the way I lift weights and I like doing shit I shouldn't be able to do.
Yeah.
With my limitations, I am the abnormality. Bring it. Bring anything you got. I will take it, I will destroy it, and I will become the cure to all.
That's damn near confident.
Arrogant as fuck.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna be like, damn near arrogant as hell, and just like, that's so you though.
But I mean, that's my thought process. It's like, oh my god, I'm like, who's one okay, who in our group can donate to everybody who's an O type just like me? Me? Okay, cool. Grab that asshole too. What do you grab me for? Don't worry about it. Come on.
Yep.
I will literally have every disease cured in less than a year of being he is the president of the world. Wait, I thought we started him out as the president of the United States. Yeah. And then he just was the president of America.
Yeah.
And then everybody else decided to get on the bandwagon because he was curing every disease and making everything better. You are our leader. Don't kill us. Oh, I'm a good guy. I'm not going to kill you. But remember, when the asshole tries to stop me, I leave it to y'all to take care of it. That's when you basically become a god, because everybody's like, one person's trying to go against the grain, but they're going against the grain of the thing that makes everybody the exact same and makes everything so much easier and everybody's life so much happier.
Yeah.
And from the guy who's trying to cure every disease, and at the same time, while curing every disease, I'm also making any new development or mutation in the disease. Literally nada.
Yeah.
Not. Hey, you got your COVID shots, but guess what? You could still get COVID. Bring it. By the end, if everybody else gets it and I'm the one motherfucker still alive, who's everybody gonna try to kill or take the blood from to freaking make the new cure? I am the cure-all. Bring it.
Yeah.
You cannot kill me. I'm sorry, God and Satan together will have to come get my soul. I'm sorry, that is not a one-person job. That is a two-god job. And since since Lucifer is the equivalent of basically a demigod, same as Michael, because they're archangels, it'll have to be Lucifer, Michael, and God himself, possibly even God's father, Grandpa God, to come get my ass. I'm sorry, I'm not leaving this bitch without a fight. Even if I gotta fight everybody from both sides of the damn coin.
You go back to your house and then suddenly like 3 shiny entities just show up and just snatch you and your body just drops.
No. See, and there's the funny part because, well, no, you laugh, but this is kind of going into the conversation we talked about the other day. It's the if you look at Revelations and what's supposed to happen in the world, the Antichrist is supposed to bring the world together to make the world a better place before it all blows up, and Jesus comes back and says, "Actually, everybody who's following that guy's evil."
Yeah.
It's literally, I'm getting everybody to stop fighting over everything. The world's almost at a full peaceful, I've taken out all the bullshit that everybody else argues about. Makes the world almost the exact same. Everybody's agreeant, complacent, and happy with the way the world works because we're not all fighting or arguing about I'm getting the shit sticked.
Yeah.
Because nobody's getting screwed. Everybody's equal. Everybody's getting their equal proportions. Some people won't like the equal proportions because it won't be a whole house. It'll be apartments everywhere and everybody gets their, a lot of some. But combining the whole world under that one regimen is supposed to be the Antichrist, which means my man died. Jesus ain't came back, bitch. Brandon. Yeah. And I have nothing wrong with that because if I actually get the governorship and then get voted in, because I've already talked to people and I've got like 50 plus people online who's like, no, when I see your name going for presidency, I'm voting for you. There is no fucking ifs, ands, or buts. Because the way I talk about stuff, the way I, my charisma, like you're always talking about, I'm a level 10, well, 38, because that's my age, but my charisma's a level 500.
Yeah.
It is. Dude,
Yeah.
grab one of those if you need to spit out a loogie.
What's this name you spit out a loogie?
Oh, it looked like you had something in your mouth.
Oh. Yeah, it's from the food earlier.
Oh, okay, you just had a chunk of food stuck in your tooth. Okay.
Yep.
But I mean, for me, it's how many people we talk to the gym where I've just been on my want to equalize everything, make everybody on the same boat so that way we're not always fighting and arguing about stuff, and everybody's like, that's an awesome idea.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And then you're like, and this is how I think we should do it. And
Yeah,
they're like,
this is how
okay,
I
he has a great idea and you know how to do it. So what's the governor, lieutenant governor, president, vice president, and then ruler of the world, vice ruler? Why of the world? So that way we're all united under one. And how many people have been like, okay, no, I'm behind you, 100%.
That's how I would steer it and how I would kind of guide the wheel as it's turning and twisting. Because often and this is something that
it's come up a lot with
our own vice president right now, Kamala Harris. I know that there's a lot of controversy and everyone has an opinion on her, but one of the things that she said is that she is the last voice in the room. Like when everybody else is gone and it's just her and Joe. Joe will turn to her and ask her what she thinks about everything, and then they'll discuss it on what they need to be doing. And so she's the last voice in the room, and she's often the most important voice in the room. And
well, yeah.
So I found
if you're second in command, basically you're number one for the Star Trek nerds, isn't the person you go to, then the fuck are they doing there for?
Yeah.
That's like me and you talk. We talk about so much shit on such a high level that if anybody else was in the room, they'd be like, I got lost fucking 2 sentences into this. Where the fuck are we? Universal domination and equality now. We're no longer world. We're cosmos level now. Fuck, I missed 5 steps. No, you missed like 30, motherfucker.
Yep.
But I mean, that's my end goal. It's not the thing of there's no such thing as aliens. Bullshit with the variables and the mathematics on it alone. And this is just the level of mathematics we have now, not the level of mathematics we actually need if you're going to become a god or, attempt that, last step.
Yeah.
Because to become a god, you literally have to be able to make your own worlds, make your own universes. We're not there yet, but the funny part is, from everything I've seen and everything I've read in multiple different religious books and that are the basis of the biggest 5 or 6 religions, the big ones.
Yep.
That everybody either associates with or they're part of the religion that's broken off from the original.
Yep.
it all comes down to, in the end, somebody's going to try to unite us all and take us to the next level. But with all the crap that's going on, somebody's going to get so pissed, they're going to try to ruin it. And that's when we get to Jesus coming back. Those who are good are going to get translated. Those who are bad are going to be here to fight for 100 years.
Yep.
But what's never clarified in the scriptures is it 100 years of God's years for the years on his planet? Because you got to remember, 1 year on his planet is 100,000 years here. It's actually been talked about in the scriptures a couple times. So, for his planet, 1 year is 100,000 years here. So if it's 100 years, is that 100 of our years or his years? Because that literally means they come back, there's a fight, the battle is decided, but we're left here on Earth to fend for ourselves and try to fix shit for either 100 years or 1,000,000 years.
Yeah.
So either way, it's going to be dragged out and you'll probably be dead before the end happens. Will it start before I'm dead? Oh, most definitely. With the way the world is and with the way the visions and the prophets and those who have the ability to see the next level.
We were projecting 20 years. But by the time you
15 to 20. Yeah.
By the time you turn 58, by the time I turn 50, it'll end up being here.
Give or take it.
Yeah. And
I always give a 5 years variable because one person, me, you, or somebody we know, or something that happens politically or in the world, could adjust that more or less. And I know that because, I mean, you've seen me. I just sit there and say shit, and you're like, how the fuck? And then it'll happen 6 months later.
there are so many times, I'll just tell you this, guys, this.
Yeah,
so many times
run into that one real quick.
Where I'll be listening to Russell Brand, or I'll be listening to something else, or, whatever source it is, and they'll say things, or they'll say their thought process, or
phrase,
or phrasing, or something, and whatever it is that Tim is saying, or Karnage is saying, that you think is batshit crazy, or that is, like, out there, and even me, I'm like, I'll sit here and I'll nod my head a lot, or I'll, say, yeah, like, I'm basically reassuring him that I'm understanding, and
or he's listening,
and I'm really listening, I'm not just staring, I'm saying yes,
I'm used
or
to people doing
nodding.
that, though.
And, so I'm not just staring at him, I'm literally telling him I'm taking in information, I'm visualizing that sort of thing. And I'll be sitting there, there was one night where I listened to Russell Brand talk on his podcast, or talk on his video, one of the videos, and he was talking about prayer, and then there was another one where he was talking about something else. And the exact words, or the exact way that he was talking about it, ended up making me think of one night when Tim was telling me shit that goes on in his head, or the way he sees it. And it was like, I watched it and I was like, where have I heard this before? I was like, oh wait, it's the other night. Tim told me this. The fuck? And it was just like, it was so mind-bending and interesting to me, and intriguing, because it's like, it's the shit that you either blow off or write off instantaneously.
Or people just don't pay attention.
Or they don't pay attention, or they think they heard you, and then, like, they didn't, and then, like, you say it again, and they're like, I don't know why, but it didn't stick. And so they either write it off, ignore it, don't listen, or it just doesn't stick, and then suddenly they have to be told like 3 times, because the average person has to be told something 3 times to truly understand it, and especially if it's batshit.
Self-affirmations have to be repeated 3 times before they actually come true.
Yeah, and especially since a lot of times, people will, especially if they're resistant to new information, or resistant to change, or resistant to things that challenge their psychosis, their reality, the way that they perceive the world and the universe. When they have those resistance type stuff, they'll automatically tune it out. And so there was times where, like, I'm listening to him talk about stuff, and I'm taking it in, and I'm understanding what he's saying. But there are times where I'll be like, I'm not sure if that's exactly how it goes. And then, like, there was that following night, like that same night, I came home, put stuff away, got ready to settle in and just kind of veg out a little bit so that I could, relax. And then I'm listening to Russell tell me stuff about the way he sees the entities of the universe and your greater self and the self within, like things that this fucker talks about.
All the time.
Yeah, all the time. And I'm like listening to him, and I'm like going, I'm totally mind blown right now. Like, what the fuck happened? And
I got it. You just keep talking. Let them listen.
and I'm just like going. I sit there and I was sitting there and I was like going. So, this guy who is a podcaster and
Famous and rich.
famous person, a lot of addiction problems. His addiction recovered. That's what he calls it. Addiction recovery, because you never really truly are over addiction. Once you get into it, once you go down a rabbit hole. And so you got this guy who's fairly, influential. This guy who's self-proclaimed narcissist, all sorts of other stuff. And he's telling me the exact same thing that my bro just told me tonight, in fact. And then he also said it like the other day. And like
2 or 3 days ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then there'll be weeks where he'll just go on about stuff that he either hasn't said before or he'll repeat something a different way, and it's because he either doesn't remember he told the story or because he just
I think it needs to be said.
he ends up saying it again a different way, and sometimes it's because he could tell that me or Amber or someone else didn't absorb it the first time, and so we'll end up hearing it again.
And
And
see my bigger picture.
yeah, and then or we're resistant to change, we're resistant to the alteration of our reality and our psychosis, and I'll sit there and so it's something that's not said, something that it just is, and it's in the universe and it's there. You're just not vocalizing it. And so I was sitting there, I was dealing with this, and I'm like going, this is kind of freaky. Like, the fuck? And then I told him the next day. In fact, I told him 2 days later, and he just starts laughing. And it's not like a mockery laugh or anything. It's like I
knew.
Like, yeah, it's like intuitional, like, I knew it. Like, it's like not a told you so, but it's like a, haha, yeah, like it's if someone was like, yeah, by the way, Robert Pattinson is Batman. And then I go, haha, really? Okay, yeah, I kind of do that. And then, like, but like, they're not mocking it. They're not mocking the idea. In fact, they're encouraging it. But like, it's his laugh of like, here's a ha-ha, or here's this thing that I kind of knew that was going to happen, but I was just kind of waiting to see if it would actually come true or whatever. And it's just something that he does. But like, yeah, that was a big long tangent.
Yep.
But then again, you've gone through so many fucking tangents on this video tonight that I shouldn't even feel bad.
Well, I mean, we talked about that stuff, which led into other stuff, and then we went back, and then we came back out, went back in.
Yep. Well, I said at the very beginning, like 10 minutes in, I was like, this is going to swerve, by the way. This is going to, like, weave and go everywhere, and rabbit holes.
Anywhere.
And he was on the phone, so I spent like 11 minutes going over all my thoughts, trying to just summarize everything fast, just in case we just went through rabbit holes and went through fucking other dimensions, other
3
universes.
times broadcast.
And it's like we're on a spaceship and we're just like driving around, and then we like hit something, and then suddenly, I'm like, oh wait, are we gonna make it? And he just goes, hold on, and then it goes, and we're just like, that just happened. Okay.
Hey, look, we're there.
Yeah.
Well, no, you explain it like that makes me think, Data, can we do it? I got it. Tim, are you sure this is gonna shut up? I'm in the middle of it. Okay, we're done. We'll be there in like 2 seconds. What do you mean? Bing, we're there. Wait, what the fuck?
Shh, don't worry about it.
Well, it's the whole going back to like math thing. Everything is math. Language, emotion. I mean, DJ was talking about it when he was talking to me how our words are just how we're putting our emotions and our thought process out there.
Yeah.
And some people don't understand it, or they don't know how to throw it out there for other people to understand it the way they see it in their head.
Yeah.
And me, it's, no, I see what you see. But no offense, I don't like your opinion because you're missing this big section of the whole fucking picture. It's like, you can't leave out this one fucking tree or this one fucking piece. Because if you do, the whole picture changes. It froze again. If you hold me,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to go back in. Oh no, awesome, auto fixed. But I mean, that's where I've talked to you within this last week about the everybody sees the box. This is the box. This is the world. This is the solar system. This is where we now know our solar system is. This is the cosmos. This is the Milky Way. And this is everything we're seeing. But they're still keeping it here. What they're not realizing is they're shoving more stuff into the box that is here. That's their picture. My picture, I can't even put it on camera, but would be equivalent of 10 times past the frame of where me and Thomas are.
Yep.
Me and TPAW.
Yep.
Karnage and TPAW are, okay, no, there we go. Karnage and TPAW, what you see is what everybody else's view is on the world and how everything works in my mind. My viewpoint is everything you don't see in the apartment. Is what I see on a constant.
Yeah.
And I've explained it to you a lot in the last year of us hanging out.
Yep.
Almost 2 years now, I think.
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I like that you see it where everybody else thinks I'm crazy, but when they see what I'm saying, because either you know a better way to describe it to them, or because I'm just such a giant picture person that I don't know how to explain it in smaller terms. But you like, no. He's talking about this chunk, which is also part of this chunk, which is this chunk, which is... And you get to the big picture, I'm like, no. Here it is! I'm missing step 1 through 5. He went through step 1 through 10. What the fuck? But I mean, that's also the ADHD in me.
Yeah.
And I know it. Because my mind moves so fast, and because, I mean, it goes back into what I've said before, but that also goes into the whole, the what if thing. Well, what if? Well, no, it's not what if, it's, well, duh. That's like we've talked about on a previous podcast. I instantly knew, because of the way Yoda and Obi-Wan were talking, Darth Vader was Luke Skywalker's dad.
Yeah.
Just by the way, some of the stuff Obi-Wan said before he died, some of the stuff Obi-Wan and Yoda were saying before Yoda died, before Luke found out Darth Vader was his father, when Darth Vader told Luke he was his father, I was like, duh. I was just waiting for that scene.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no, I was like freaking 4, 5, 6 when it first came. No, I was 6 when it first came out on TV.
Yeah.
And I knew that's what it was. Not with Russell and Brenda telling me, because I think they'd already seen it or they hadn't seen it. But either way, I already knew.
Yeah.
I see the patterns. I've seen them with Russell and Brenda. Their entire marriage. They have a pattern. Right now, because of how much Russell has improved himself, taken himself to the next level, they are at the last stretch. And in 3 to 5 years, they will be at their perfect selves together.
Wow.
Which will help everybody else. Which will help Todd. Which will get Robin to the next level. Nephi, he's an arrogant little shit. But he is also a lot higher than a lot of other people in my family are. He's not quite where I am, but he's almost to that level. He hasn't gotten past the young arrogance that I just am that badass. I mean,
Yeah.
he is, but he lets his arrogance push him to I'm level 20 when he's still level 10.
Yeah.
On certain things. Where I'm like, no, dude, you need to take a couple more steps and then you'll be at level 20. No, I'm already there. It's like, no, listen. But because he's still young, he doesn't want to listen to me because I'm the oldest sibling.
Yep.
And because I wasn't around during his childhood, because I left when he was like, God, 2, 3 years old.
Yeah.
He didn't learn like Amber and Todd did, and a little bit of Robin, about me. And no, we go to Tim because he knows what the fuck, because he's literally tried to do it all and has done as much as he can and sees the ins and outs of almost everything.
Yeah.
And with me hanging out with you and with as many conversations we've gotten into, you, a couple weeks back, were like, no, you literally, some of the shit you said has come to full fruition. When? Like within the last couple of weeks. I'm like, cool. Alright, no, that's all I needed to know. That's where. Because once you told me that, I'm like, okay, we're on this next step. I know right where we're going now.
Yeah.
You told me we'd already hit that point, and I was looking for the confirmation. You gave me the confirmation to know, okay, even though I was already moving on past that step, okay, everybody else has gotten to that point. Now we just keep trucking.
Yep.
Which is the southern enemy, that saying keep trucking. It's the same as it is what it is.
See, and that's the thing is the interesting part about that whole thing, the dynamic there, is that I noticed that whenever I talk to, and it was interesting because Dad actually called me this last week, a few days ago, and I only answered it because it said restricted, and I figured I would just say "como está" as a joke, like he was a collector.
Just to fuck with somebody.
Yeah, just to fuck with someone, and then out of nowhere, like he starts talking, and I'm like, "Fuck, okay, I guess answer the phone, whatever." And so, because I was trying to put like as much distance as he wanted between us, and so, I answered the phone, and then we ended up talking, and he was actually offended that I hadn't responded to him, like that I hadn't called him back or whatever, because he's called me a couple times. Times I've just been busy or whatever, but I never called him back, and he's just like, "Well, you haven't called me back in a couple days." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been busy." That was my excuse, and so it's like,
dude, you're the one that shouldn't be. Shut
right? Like July happened, and then after that, you had to basically help me with dealing with that whole situation, and it was dominating my head. It was like all in there, and I had to like get past
I remember
it.
those like three
Yeah,
nights of just straight conversation over,
Yeah,
that bullshit.
Yeah, it was bad, but like I was trying to get through
almost
it,
a week
and
straight.
yeah, and like so I had to like really get it out of my head, and
Oh yeah.
and I know there are certain people that are in his circle that love to be in that head because they're that toxic, and they're that like they're basically like talking poison because of where their mental state's at. And it's the type of shit that you talk about sometimes where you'll be like, these people are at the stage that they're at in their life is that
they're stuck there.
Yeah, they're stuck there, and then they want to just drag everyone else down into that level.
Because they're trying to pull themselves up to the next level, but they don't realize is they're dragging everybody else down to their level. And like I told you, for me, that actually elates me and makes me climb up to another 5 levels because, you're trying to pull me down, which means I'm doing badass. I need to keep doing badassness.
Yeah, and so it's like, it was interesting because it's like, I was telling him stuff, and he was literally asking me, he's like, "So how are you doing?" I'm like, "All right." And then he was just like, surprised. Like, there was absolute surprise in his voice. Like, he thought that I was going to be flaming angry and sound exactly like Andrew and be frustrated and this and that. And I'm like, all right. And then like it was almost like he's just like, wait, so all the shit before didn't affect you? Like it was like he was he was hoping that it was gonna affect.
I think it was more he got a butthurt because let's see if he's still in a spot where he's angry at me.
Right.
Oh wait, he doesn't even give a shit. I didn't expect that. What the fuck?
Yeah, and he just.
I completely see that with your dad.
And then like his ego was affected, but then he like tried his hardest to just brush past it, and then started talking about the kids, started talking about this present, and then like he like spent a lot of time just bragging and stuff about certain things he's doing, and I'm just like going, "Oh, that's cool, oh, that's awesome, that sounds good," and I'm just like just giving him just the responses and shit, and it seemed
giving
like
him what he needed.
Yeah, and then like just to be like, "Hey, we're not fighting or anything, we're just interacting." And it was interesting because it's like, you could tell that some of the responses threw him off, and it was like, he's been getting fed all these stories, or all these theories, or these obsessions, like this obsession, like, theories from someone else, about how I would be.
Other parties,
or how I would be, or how I'd react, or,
how they thought your
reaction
would be.
Or their story of me. And it's like that whole thing that you did, the meme that you see on the internet, where it's like, people will say things about you, but this is where you're actually at. But everyone else will think this way, and everyone's a hero in their own story and that sort of thing. Yeah. And so it was interesting because it's like you could tell he's been fed a lot of stuff, and I was acting. I was like, whatever, you get fed whatever you want, but this is where I'm at. And it was funny because it's like You know, I was telling him about how I was applying for jobs, and I even told him, I'm like, yeah, I got the website. I mean, the website's almost done. And he was just like, wait, you got a website? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'm distancing myself away from just being an Amazon author and turning myself into something even better than that. And the whole time he was like, and the whole time he was just all like,
yeah, because we
you
talked
know, I
about
believe
that
in you,
for,
right? You
like,
know,
what
I'm
was it?
proud of you. I hope you know that. And I'm just like,
Well, me and you were talking about that since I got the new gym membership and started drinking. I'm like, no, just keep moving.
yeah,
Keep
it was.
moving, it'll eventually happen.
And,
And it happened.
and
And then when you told me, I'm like, yes, we're to that point.
yeah,
Keep
and
trucking.
and the point that I'm making here is that whenever I'm around like Nephi, or when I'm around you, or I'm around like certain members of her family, like there's a bit of like more of a positive reassurance behind things and like a advice or some sort of help. When I'm around my family though, there's always just this negative sarcasm and it's like almost deadpan numbness of like, oh, you want to do that, and it's like
But see, have you noticed how that's changed? Because you were talking about how Tammy,
yeah,
your aunt, was like, you've changed. And you're also like, not just changed physically, but I see how you've improved yourself and whatnot. And you were talking about that, about how she's like, well, no, he's got big muscles too. I mean, that's cool.
I remember that.
Because, God, Thomas, what the fuck? Do you just spend all day at the gym? Yeah, some days, fucker. But you were saying how you heard them saying when you weren't close enough they thought you could hear about how you've improved and changed. And I'm like, uh-huh. You've gotten to that point where it's like, no, I just am this badass, and you know what? You either like me or you don't.
You even heard Amber tonight. She was like, she thought I was out of earshot, and then she saw me show up, pop up. My head popped up, and she was like telling you about how I'm He-Man or whatever, and how like I literally carried the mattresses out by myself and shit. And I was just like going, yeah. And then like, but she was
you
like,
were there.
yeah, but you could tell that the way she was telling the story, she's trying to brag about it and be like, he carried mattresses out by himself and this, that. And part of the reason why
And I'm like, yeah, of course.
and part of the reason why I think she's so positive about it is because I also, throughout the day today, we've been bouncing around between room and room and room. And I've been playing that, as she called it, body double, where when you have ADHD and you need that body double to just sit there
Hey,
in order for it to be productive and
keep on
focused.
task.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I've been playing that body double, but I've not only been playing the body double, I've also been doing the stuff.
Okay. Yeah. No, that makes complete sense to me. But see, okay, and I don't know if this is why, honestly, the ADHD has become more of a benefit to me than a hindrance. Because, I mean, they just heard, and I know there's nobody watching, but the people, no, because I know
They'll
people actually
eventually see
go
it.
and watch it on YouTube, because
They'll
I've actually
eventually
looked
see
at your videos and they watch, like
Yeah.
2 or 3 people will watch it after it's up for a couple of days. But what I've actually seen is it's the I say or with my ADHD, it's not a hindrance because I became my own body double.
Yeah.
Like the other day, we were talking about me having multiple personalities. How if I want to, I can use them as part of myself. I can just absorb them back into me,
And I like made that comment. I'm like,
and not have them.
who the fuck am I talking to late at night?
Outside of me? And I told you everybody. But the thing is that's part of my ADHD. It's the hyperactivity. I'm everywhere at once. I'm thinking of a million different variables and planning out every inch of every variable. But at the same time, I'm planning every inch of every variable. While I'm in that variable, I'm also duplicating myself again because I see more. So I am my own body double.
Yeah.
Sometimes do I let stuff go because it's like, whatever, I don't want to? Yes. Is that all the time? No, that's every once in a while. Because I'm a hard ass on myself. I mean, you've seen it.
Yeah.
But I'm always on a constant move. Mentally or physically. I'm always doing something. Now, whether everybody else sees it as productive or not, I take into no account. Because either I love doing it, or I don't. If I don't love doing it, I find a way to do it so that way I like it.
Yeah.
And if I can't find a way to like it, I'll just do it, get it done, so that way it's finished, and I can move on to shit I like. I have to be my own body double, and because I figured what you're talking about having somebody there, I figured out how I have to do that for myself. I mean, I didn't figure out until I was in my higher teens, almost 20s, how to do that for myself. But once I figured out how to do that for myself, I improved myself to such a way that now, doing this stuff, just me and you shooting the shit now, podcast and talking about everything and anything,
Yep.
and how I'm saying it's everything all at once and absolutely nothing all at once.
Yeah.
Well, I said that earlier today. I don't know if I've said it on the podcast, but now it's out there. But that, because of everything all at once and at the same time nothing, with the ADHD, the way I've reformed or mastered my ADHD handicaps, which Amber hasn't done yet, which she needs to improve on, but she'll get there eventually. We all eventually get there. If you can figure out where your downfalls are and use them as an advantage to move you on to step 5 from step 1,
Yeah.
and basically skip step 2 through 4, which I do in the middle of conversations. You see me do it on accident. You're like, wait a minute, you missed me. I'm like, oh, yeah, I skipped a couple steps. I mean, what? But because I do it so much in my own head, I have to catch myself. If you don't tell me, you see me, I'll just go.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're like, okay, now that you've stopped, can we go back to here? Okay. Give me a little bit more input so that way I know exactly what we're talking about.
Well,
Here.
you'll go on a
Oh,
giant,
I said this.
you'll go on a giant ass tangent and I'll just like say something and then suddenly you'll stop and be like, and it'll be like it's like you're rewinding but not rewinding, and then like we'll just swerve into the other topic again. We'll touch base on some stuff and then all of a sudden you'll go right back to where you were before, and then we just can't
Well,
carry on.
you were talking about it with Birds of Prey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, this movie's just like you. What do you mean? Just watch it. Got to the first, what was it, 20 minutes?
First 40 minutes.
Was it 40?
Thereabouts.
Yeah. And then she's like, oh yeah, this happened. You don't know who this person is? Oh, wait. This is where this person came in this... in this, like, 5-minute section, I didn't get into real deep detail. Here's the deep detail.
Timeline jumped so much and you were just like, oh
That
shit,
just makes sense.
that is me. And I'm like, it's both you and Amber. And Amber was so dead set when we did our review of it, of Birds of Prey. She was so dead set with doing every single point based on a timeline. And if
the movie.
And if I broke away from it at all or tried to jump forward a little bit just to touch base on it to make sure that I was able to do it, or to keep a focus, she would just be like, no, we're not gonna, let's not talk about that yet. And then she was like,
we're not
follow
there in the story.
the timeline. And I'm like, this review is gonna go for forever, but okay. And so it was an hour and a half, and I'm just like going, oh shit.
Yeah, but see, okay, look, we're at 3 hours.
Yeah.
We weren't even trying to. My alarm went off like an hour ago because I was like gonna be, all right, let's wrap it up. And then you went in, and then I saw something and went back in, and then you popped in. And we do this on a constant, y'all. We do this at the gym and bring in complete strangers into this shit. The funny part is, the strangers we brought into this shit say, okay, I'm voting for you because I love your ideals, but I'm voting for him because he knows how to explain it to everybody else and get it into terms we can understand and know how the plan works.
Yeah, we've literally spent 45 minutes at the hot tub before.
We've spent an hour in the hot tub doing it.
Yeah, and I've just sat on the edge of the hot tub and then got back in like 15 minutes later after it cooled down, and then I got back in and I got back out, and it was like an in out thing to make sure, because you're only supposed to sit there for 15 minutes, and everyone else, people.
Other people literally just accidentally sat in there for an hour and like, I'm fried.
Yeah, and like it was like an hour. And I made the comment. I was like,
deep.
if we recorded this, it could have been a podcast. And we're like, fuck.
Yeah, we're both like, well, we'll just have to try to remember that for the podcast. And we've actually done it the last 2 podcasts. We've actually shit we've talked about in the hot tub into the podcast.
Yeah, fragments of conversation from the hot tub have made it into the podcast.
Which was hilarious.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's me in public. I'm the extrovert and the, no, let's tell everybody about the idea. Let's see if they like it. We all love it. We will vote for you. Cool. Okay, now next subject. Wait, there's more? And they're like, I gotta go. Because I know some people at the hot tub, they're like, that's great. I love the idea. I'm burnt out though. I gotta go.
Well, one guy, Brody, he'll sit there and he'll talk to us for a little while, and then I'll be like, "Hey, this has been awesome. Appreciate the information, the conversation, but I gotta go. Have a good night." And then he'll walk away, or it'll be like that other guy that we talk to quite frequently, and he'll say the same thing, and I'm just like, I just sit back and go, "Yep, all right." Whereas you just were like, "Everybody going, okay."
Aw. Well, I guess we'll talk to y'all next time.
Right?
Well, no, because Brody literally saw me and said, hey, what's up, Tim? What's up? I just think it's funny everybody remembers our names.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Like, I had one guy be like, hey, buddy, Thomas, what's up? And I was just like, fill up my water bottle. What's up with you?
Well, no, it's like when I went to the girl with the... went to the girl.
Went to the girl?
Wow, I just flip-flopped my words. That tells you how tired I'm getting. Went to the gym with the girls. Mom and Amber. Basically, my mother and my sister. And literally, Mom's getting her body scanned because she's never done it. It has a full membership, so I'm having one of the employees help her so that way she can do all the steps.
Yep.
And literally, see two guys I've seen at the gym almost on a weekly basis when I go with you or just when I go in general.
Yep.
And what's up, dudes? Hey, man, how's it going? You having a good one? Yeah, I'm having a good one. What about you guys? Oh, I had a good one. Oh, I had a real good one, and I'm glad I'm going to the hot tub, and it's about to end. All right, take it easy. That's the plan.
Yep.
But, I mean, I love that. Like, it's like most of the people at 7-Eleven or any of the Mavericks I've gone to, if I go to them and I see them more than once, or any of the stores I go to, if they know me, you here for DoorDash? No, I'm just here to get food today. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Or no, I'm just here to do some shopping, especially at Walmart. Oh, you're not doing DoorDash today. Okay, good to see you.
Yeah.
I get that everywhere.
Yeah, Faye, for the longest time at 7-Eleven, was just like, oh, it's you two. Are you broadcasting tonight?
Yeah. I was like, well, we'll see how things go. We don't know, though. It's kind of late. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Then for a couple weeks, it was just like, shit, damn, that just didn't happen.
Yeah, like it was just, you were just fried or whatever was happening that week.
Or it was just too damn late. We both like, it's too late to start.
Yeah. I mean, even tonight was, kind of late for Sunday, but, we said, fuck it. And I've been putting these on our RSS feed anyway, so people are listening. We've got over, 15, 20 people that are following us now. And
I don't know. It won't load up on my phone.
Yeah? Really?
So I got to try to go into Messenger and load it up on my computer.
Yeah, no,
I tried to load it up on my phone with the link you sent me because I asked you to send it to me.
Yeah.
It said, fuck you, not on the phone, asshole. It's like,
we've got people from India, we've got people from Britain, we've got people that are on the East Coast, people from Utah, we've got people from all over the place that are actually tuning in and listening to this podcast, especially when I put on RSS feed. And so,
Well, see, I think that's cool for the simple fact is what you'll have to show me when I come by on Tuesday.
Yep.
After the workout, I'm actually going to come in because I want you to show me the actual thing, the map you were going to show me.
Yep.
For people that are listening. Because for me, it's me talking about organizing the world and stuff as one front, and you're saying, no, people from all over the world are actually listening to your lunacy with me being in there and directing you on doing the reviews for some of the shows. I'm like, oh, man, nice.
I'm actually going to show you right now, because I can just load it up on my phone.
Nice. But, I mean, for me, it's like, no, if everybody around the world hears Karnage and TPAW, and then when when I put myself out for presidency, it's like, okay, I am my full name, which I'm not going to put on broadcast, even though we said my first name about 5 or 6 times, which I'm okay with. The thing is, oh, I couldn't find this on Spotify, though. We'll have to talk about that later. But you telling me that other people around the world are hearing this, that tells me when we get to the point where we're trying to unite everybody and actually make the world a better place, even without, the people being like, oh, well, you're just the Antichrist. Because, I know some Christians will go that way.
That's our RSS feed, guys.
And for those listening, you can't see it, but we got, let's see, 6 followers.
Well, we got 6 followers from today.
Oh, that's just from today? Nice.
Yeah.
All right, scroll back up. 74. Is that 74 people that have listened?
Out of all time that have downloaded the episode.
Downloaded or listened?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, but see, stuff like this is what makes me like the wife saying, okay, have fun with your pipe dream of becoming governor. I'm like, you have no clue how many people have already told me they're going to 130% back my ass for becoming a freaking politician. Even though I'm not a politician, but my ideals fit in politics perfectly.
Looks like all day, every day, from like 12 a.m. to noon, or from midnight till
Our
about
time.
8 a.m. And then again from 12 to 11. There's like different interspaced areas where people are actually downloading us constantly. And that's what RSS feed's telling me. And these are just the first 4 episodes. Like, I have yet to upload like the rest of the podcast. So I've been interspacing it so that, we have...
And y'all are hearing it on episode 29, which is funny because by the time they download it, they're like, oh, they were talking about us.
Yep. That's the point, is they're going to hear about it. And then, like, back in, like, clear to November, they're going to finally hear episode 29 on the RSS feed. And they're going to be like, holy fuck, like, when was this? And it's like, September. It's like, what? And they're going to continuously, and those episodes were done, literally created, very end of December of this last year. And then
the very first one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And into January of this year. So that stuff is from, like, the beginning of the year.
Oh, dude, that was almost a year ago, yeah.
Yeah, so that stuff is just from the beginning of the year. And so I've got that much content to just interspace. And so...
Well, it's not even that. It's... Because a few of those weeks we couldn't do it on Friday or Sunday, or I was just burnt out on Saturday, or it was just too late. So it's like, yeah, no, we're trying to get more people to watch us live, even though we're getting more on the podcast end, which for me is just they like the audio file more than they like the freaking live view from YouTube or whenever I can get my stuff to. Well, I think I'm just gonna start telling everybody we're gonna live broadcast this show specifically on the YouTube channel, on yours.
Yeah.
But I might here within the next week put my YouTube channel on my laptop because that spot's basically clear. I mean, we can put my laptop because the camera will be right here. We'll just have to adjust this slightly.
What do you think of that though? Like, I just showed you what it looks like visually on the feed. Like, I was telling you stuff.
The actual
I was telling you stuff.
Yeah, you were telling me, and I'm like, I wanted to see it, and now that I've actually seen it, no, that puts a big smile on my face because people will tell their people and be like, no, listen to what this lunatic said, or hey, listen to this guy on this podcast, and be like, where'd you find that? It's on this website, and they'll go look, they'll download, listen, and it's the thing I was telling you. I'm not trying to become famous, but I'm going to become famous. There is no ifs, ands, or buts, and guess what? I'm dragging you through the fucking goddamn thing with me.
Yep.
Because you're like, I want everybody to know my name, to buy my books. I want my name out there. And I'm like, okay, we'll podcast. I will literally push you where you want to be with the books and whatnot, and getting your name out there more.
Yep.
With your writer name and TPAW's Playground for YouTube and whatnot. Everybody will know about your book. Everybody will know about you and me running for politics in Utah. And then 8 years after that, we're going to be running for president and vice. Everybody's going to know who we are. We are doing it, like I said, the slow, proper, easy route. Not just, I'm going to do stupid shit by go blowing up a car, put it on YouTube, and become famous by doing dumbass shit.
So I'm on Twitter, and under TPAW writer or whatever it is, but it's my newer Twitter that I basically created.
Because the old one got
ganked temporarily, and then Twitter decided to give it back, so it's now just my second account. But I've got a bunch of...
Because I told you they would.
But I've been connecting with a bunch of writers and a bunch of creatives on there, and I got one who wants to do a serial killer podcast, and then I got another one today that was like, you need to do a podcast about trauma and podcast about, telling the world that people care, and so you have people calling in and maybe have, little guest hosts and stuff. And the guy was literally, Steven was literally spitballing to have me.
Didn't we do that like
do
freaking?
something.
I think it was episode.
That's why the podcast.
12?
That's why the podcast is gonna be called Madness of Caring.
Well, it was like
That's episode
wasn't
12.
wasn't that's
I
what
think
I'm
it was
saying?
episode
Wasn't
12.
it 12?
Yeah, I think
Because
it was episode 12.
You got a phone call from somebody that needed your help, and because they were having the bad thoughts in their
Yeah.
head, and you talked the first hour, and I threw in little tidbits
Actually,
here
it was
and there.
episode 7.
Oh, was it only 7? I thought we were a few more
Nope,
episodes.
it was
out when we
episode
got there.
7, and it's called Madness of
And that's
Caring.
when we got a buttload of views on that. I remember that. That was, I think that was our best episode.
Oh, I was
live end.
I was on
because
a
that's
45-minute tangent too.
That's when that thing was broken and my phone was up there. We were getting stuff off of mine.
Yep.
That was before we started doing it on the YouTube for your channel. Because I'm like, why don't we just do it on your channel for YouTube, since that broken, my phone's not acting 100% up here.
Well, what I did was I filmed it and then I cut it together and then I put it on YouTube.
No, I know you did that, but I'm like, but we were also talking about it, and it's like, well, I wonder if we can do it live on my YouTube, since it's all connected to the computers, because y'all got all the accounts on there.
Yeah, it's been a slowly evolving process. Like, we've been changing things throughout the last several months, and there's gonna be more changes to come. Like, there's
Yeah,
gonna be
with more
differences.
people actually watching my Twitch for the other stuff, not the podcast.
By the
I
way,
might
guys,
make another
because-
Twitch just for the podcast, or like I said, hook up my YouTube onto my laptop, and then it'll be you doing it there and me doing it here, but it'll be the same broadcast.
I've got a website, guys, TPAWsplayground.com, and I've got the podcast because it's on RSS feed. It's gonna be on Apple Podcasts. I'm working that out. It's already on Spotify, and I've got it
Yeah, you're
on.
gonna have to show me where to
I'm
find
going
it.
to be on, several different audio platforms to push out the podcast. So there's going to be multiple ways that you can listen to the podcast. You won't have to just use YouTube, especially if you hate Google and you hate YouTube. You'll have different areas where you can listen to us.
Yeah, that we've talked about that like 3 or 4 podcasts back,
Yep.
maybe a little bit more. I'm like, okay, well, we just got to figure out how to get it up to all the other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And you figured out how to do it, and it's like, okay. Because right now, I mean, you know my situation. I'm trying to save up money for tax time so we don't completely get fucked. And when that's all squared in a way, I'm just going to do DoorDash so hard next year. Like I told you, it'd be 2 to 5 years before I get there. I think here this next year, with the way I've got shit figured out, I'm going to be so good rolling.
Yesterday, I found something out that was awesome.
Ooh.
Someone has read 100 more pages of the book split, Catalyst of War.
Ooh.
You know how, like, it turned Crimson Nightfall into an omnibus, essentially? And Catalyst of War is essentially its own book, and then Spear of Destiny is this book too, essentially. The first one now has 204 pages under Kindle Unlimited Read.
Nice.
So, I mean, someone has been reading the book a lot. And
Good.
literally within one day, 100 pages were burned. Like, 100 days, they burned through half the book, essentially. And I was like I was looking at these reports, and I was just like, are you fucking for real right now? No, so I got real kind of excited about it. I was like, interesting, okay.
You changed up the book a little bit
Yeah.
by turning it into 2, and
And I made it easier for people to consume, and so now
But
it's
see, here's
actually
the thing,
getting looked at.
us working together has improved both of us. Me, it's giving me a little bit more confidence because you're showing me that I'm not just throwing shit out there, because you're like, I think like I said, it was like a month ago. You're like, no, when you said this and it actually happened, I was like, holy shit, you just proved you knew what you were talking about. I'm like, okay, finally some validation, and I'm not just running my mouth.
Yep.
For one, and for 2, woo, ego, my fucking narcissism and everything else just got fed.
And so, just for clarification, guys, how I bring that up and how I know that someone's reading it, because if you're typically reading it, like you buy the book on Kindle and then you decide to just read it, it doesn't record that. It doesn't report to me who reads the book. It doesn't tell me any of that. What it does tell me is if someone borrows the book using Kindle Unlimited, which is on because it's on Kindle KDP, or if they borrow it with Prime, think with the Borrow with Prime, I think it's just Kindle Unlimited. But with Kindle Unlimited page reads, it tells me how many pages were read that day. So that means is that someone either bought the book and then decided to borrow it anyway with Kindle Unlimited, or someone just borrowed it off Kindle Unlimited just to try it out and is gonna buy it. Because I noticed that the same day that there was pages read, like 20 pages read, there was a sale that day. And so that makes me think, I'm like, either someone borrowed it and is reading it, or someone bought it and read it.
I only have this one.
Yeah. Well, you have
because I have
audiobooks.
Prime.
You essentially have both books, so
I should be able to.
Yeah, volume 1.
Get the other ones too without any bullshit.
Yeah, and sometime soon when I get Amber motivated enough to help me out with the whole audiobook thing, we're gonna make a edition of it where it's just her and I reading out the book, and it's gonna be 10 chapters and then 10 chapters again. And it'll be an audiobook. What?
Nothing. I'll talk to you later. I have another item.
Okay.
Well, you know me. I have a million ideas all at once.
I mean, that's us. We have a million ideas apiece.
Yeah.
And they constantly generate.
And we bounce them off
second.
each other, and now you're to the point where you were saying you wanted to be 6 months ago and a year ago.
Technically, yeah.
Partially for me telling you just shut up, you can do it. Quit waiting on everybody else.
Yeah.
Like I'm always telling, like me and you have been telling your brother for how long?
Yeah, that guy.
No, but you were stuck in the same bubble.
Interesting.
And then I'm like, but do what you tell your brother. Fuck everybody else, just do it your damn self.
Yeah,
and then when it finally clicked in your head, and with as far as you've moved in the last 6 months with doing this sort of shit, and just, okay.
Yeah.
You have gotten to where you want it to be a year ago by your own statement. So in 6 months, you've gotten to where you want it to be. So now you just need to get to the next step, which is this, and through the podcast, through what you're showing me, through this, we're getting there.
Yep.
And the next step, in 3 years, we'll get voted into office. And 4 to 8 years after that, we will be in charge of the United States of America. Then I'm going to merge us with Canada and Mexico 2 terms as president. I'm literally, there's no longer Mexico and South America. There's no longer going to be the United States of America. It's going to be America.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
I'm
for a
tired
while,
of this shit.
Just have the country.
It just, motherfucker, we's America. What's your issue?
Yeah, I mean, when I talked to Steven, who's in Canada, and I talked to a couple of the people that are in Mexico, and I was like, what if we like just merged all the countries together into one again, like it used to be before all the fighting happened? And they were like, that would actually make sense. Like they were talking to me about how they wanted that to happen, and they said that it would make sense, especially since Canada's about to go through another power grab with another asshole similar to Trump, and they're in the process of a civil dispute, and then one of the people that were from Mexico were telling us about a similar thing. And I was like, well, I know that there are cartels and gangs in Mexico, but if you decided to merge all the territories together, you would essentially recycle the power, and you would cause a fusion, which would shift the powers that be and make it to where they'd be forced to get along a little bit more, especially with diplomacy and everything.
See, the funny part about cartel is they work because they're anti-government.
Because the government itself is in...
What if all the drugs became legal? You need a way to buy them, a valid reason. Mm-hmm. Even if it's to help you get off of them, give you a slight bit to get you off, but legalize like weed.
Yeah.
Because beer is a legalized poison. So if we legalize all the poisons that everybody are killing each other, cartels are fighting, gangs are fighting over, and turn it into a business plan, there are no longer cartels. There are no longer gangs. Everybody has to do it legally. If you're not doing it legally, you can still get punished for it. But because it's legal, you can still do it. But now it's no longer throat cutting. It's a business plan. It's everybody doing it in the open, clearly, openly. And then it's not you have to hide your addictions. Just, no, I'm trying to conquer my addictions.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, I'm bad with names. You have his name memorized because you listen to him. Yeah. Talking about how he's always a recovering addict.
Yeah.
And what not a lot of people realize is you're a recovering addict all of your life. Because what's the one thing we all want? Love and attention.
Yep, love and attention. That definitely is one.
And where do we get that from, or where are we supposed to get that from? Our parents when we're children. That is the one thing we want.
That's what we try to do with me and kids.
As adults, we still want that. So technically, adults act like children because all they want is love and affection. How do drug cartels get their love and affection? They get their affection, aka attention, by being the most badass, cutthroat asshole who will kill you for fucking him out of the $1,000 of whatever drug he's selling.
Yep.
How does he get his love? He buys his love. Shut up, wife. Here's $1 million. I'm gonna go bang whichever bitch I want to bang. I love you. That's why I gave you the $1 million. So she's half scared because he can kill her, but she fell in love before she knew he was evil and just accepted it, or because it's merging of mob families or cartels. It's all the same shit.
Yeah.
It's just like a business deal. No, your son's marrying my daughter, so our two companies can merge. It's an old school merging of kingdoms. I have no problem with kingdoms, but we are a nation. America is what I want to get us to. We are America. We are united as a nation. Now, we no longer call them cartels. Are there kingdoms within our nation? Yes. Do they have their respective domains? Yes. Do they still have to follow the rules as us as a nation? As a united front? Yes. Do they not like doing that? Yes. But guess what? They follow, or they are no longer part of their kingdom. They no longer have their standpoint. We literally strip them of everything because we have a bigger conglomerate as a nation to take out the negativity, the dirtiness, the freaking, like, people always talk about dirty cops or corrupt politicians. If we unite as one, and we all agree on a certain system, because as the United States of America, what's that? Oh, tickle in the nose.
So said, fuck, or
No.
bullshit.
I pushed you in the mouth. But anywho, yeah, and I said what I said, deal with the bitches. Hey, no, I know exactly what I said. But, not trying to be negative, just trying to throw that out there, because that's me. But the thing is, if we unite as a front, take out it's corrupt, because we take out, like I've been saying, the whole, I'll pay you off. You can't pay me off. I work for the benefit of everybody. If you're not going to be part of the group, here's your island. Go with the other assholes who just want to fight over everything. You get one knife, and we put you in the middle of a forest. Here's hoping the animals don't kill you. If they don't, make sure the jackass that we sent there 2 weeks before you doesn't kill you. It goes back to the whole, and I hate to say old world, but it goes back to the old world of, here's the island, we're putting prisoners on it because it's a shit stack island, and they're going to kill each other. Now, if they don't, and they become a decent nation that can cooperate with the nation we already are, then we'll let that island join the nation, and now you're part of America. And then Europe, you're part of the America, Eurasia. Euro. Asia wants to join, America, Euro. Eurasia, no. No, we got everybody. We are the world. We are Earth. Then it's no longer, oh my god, what if aliens come to take us out? What everybody doesn't realize is we're the most aggressive world in the cosmos of the God that created this world. The top one, however you want to phrase it or label, the whole thing I went over way back when. Now, it's the thing of all the worlds he controls, we're supposed to be the most darkest, evilest, corrupt, most detrimental, killing each other, fuck you, it's mine, not yours now.
Yeah.
World. In his galaxy or galaxies he's controlling. So, which means, if we're the worst one out of all of them, and with the infinite space that is out there, which becomes more infinite every day because everything moves away from itself on a constant. In the end, and because this is patterns repeat, we're the most evil of his. But who's the most evil of his dads? And if Jesus is the savior of our world, because we're the most corrupt or dark world in his kingdom of worlds, then was he Jesus from his dad, or is he just one of the ones who was part of the corrupt world or one of the good worlds who got translated and moved on to the next step? Because for every God there is a Jesus, which means for every God that has a multitude of planets they take care of, there is one that is the hell of all worlds. Or the worlds that makes all the other worlds hell look like fucking goddamn picnic.
Yeah.
On a nice sunny day sort of situation. I mean, from all the all the people who call themselves the prophets,
Yeah.
and who have received visions from gods or God, it's the thing, if you take in all their considerations of essentially, because everything repeats, I mean, that's a constant in all universes and all dimensions, all realities. If we're the most evil for our God, what was the most evil from that one? And if all those got translated and was able to become gods and move on, then as long as you don't tell God you're not real and I no longer associate with you sort of thing, you accept it. You might not want to put the name God on him because that's not his real name. But it's the thing. And I'm talking about it as that's his title, that's who he is. I know he has a name. I know what his name is. I've actually done research. But you don't say his name. That's like flipping off and saying, haha, Jesus, you're a douchebag.
Right.
I mean, Jesus was a good guy. Did he have to deal with a bunch of assholes? Yes. Just like me. Am I a good guy? Yeah. Am I a narcissist? Completely. Am I going to destroy the world? No, I'm actually going to try to translate it to the next level so that way we're not all complete shitbags and treating each other like crap. Because the thing is, if we're to well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can imagine it yourself, because screw it. Basically, your foot is where the level we are. Just where our feet is where the level we are. We're the worst. The head is the highest. And I'm saying as standing up, so y'all can picture the diagram. But, if the outer darkness, as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints calls it, or hell, as a lot of the other Christian and other religions call it, hell, or whatever their, interpretation or name for it is below our feet, then we're just half a step away from basically being, this is as bad as hell, if not worse.
Yeah.
Than what everybody's version, or what they think hell is. But outer darkness, the reason that is worse than what everybody imagines hell is because it takes you not just away from your family, friends, anybody you've ever known, it takes you away from God. Because even in the LDS, Mormon, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, whichever name you want to give it, although I go by Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints because that's the real name of the proper church, if it's ran properly, is you have the three kingdoms after the end of the world, which are the translation. You have what's considered, what everybody else would consider paradise or heaven.
Yeah.
Then you have the middle ground. For those who were bad, weren't complete, I'm killing everybody, raping, and just, completely trying to destroy the world. And myself at the same time, because fuck it, I don't care. They're the neutrals. And then you have the ones in the lower kingdom where killers, rapers, murderers, pedophiles, the most dark of dark that didn't forsake God. That accepted there's a God, but I don't care, I'm still going to be evil because I'm evil.
Yeah.
The purest form of the Homo sapien that there is. Which is a killer, raper, molester, the whole fucking goddamn shootbags, which we call evil. in the United States of America. Because in some countries, that's not the bad. Which I understand, and I accept that. And I might not fully agree with it, but I agree with it to a certain extent. I agree with everybody at the same time. I disagree with everybody because of how broad, I mean, we've gone over this subject. You've seen how broad my viewpoints are.
Yep.
I agree and disagree with everybody all at the same time. Because I can see where parts or their whole thing fits into the puzzle I see, but as the puzzle I see it, does it fit in everybody else's views? Because it's so multi-dimensional, multi-spectral, multi-worldal, and it's not dimensional, it's alternate universal multiverse thing. If everybody saw everything how I saw it, half the people in the world's brain would explode. The other half would be like, okay, we want you to be in charge. Because we completely agree with your bullshit. And at least you got the big enough mouth to scream it from the damn mountaintops.
Yeah.
Which is why I've always been like this. That's why Amber likes me like this. When I started coming around hanging out with you guys and actually being myself like this, she's like, there's my brother. There's the guy that I call dad because he raised me to not take shit from anybody, but also respect myself and be honest about everything.
Yep.
I mean, I'm honest to a fault about everything I believe and everything I don't believe, but at the same time, they're exactly the same pile because I see how it all fits and I also see how you can make it all not fit. So, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't know if I've gone deep enough into it tonight, but I might have, and I might have exploded a couple brains in the process. Well, no, I mean, because you've made the comment, it's like you say some shit, my brain should start dripping out my ears, because I'm like, fuck, just blew my brain. What the fuck?
Well, what I mean by that is that, like,
I just go so damn deep.
You go deep with it and deep cuts, which I actually heavily enjoy because there's a lot of times I'll be cleaning or doing something around the house and I'll listen to like physicists or I'll listen to psychologists or anybody that's on YouTube and they'll talk about similar stuff and it gets really intriguing for me because I like knowing how things work, but I also like knowing how I like hearing other perspectives and other interpretations, viewpoints of how, certain things work for other people. And there's like a grain of truth to it all. And it's like, not that my brain is exploding, it's that my brain is expanding and I'm learning new shit. And I'm like going, okay, interesting. I wonder where
I mean, that's how you used to describe it. You don't describe it like that anymore, but I mean, at the beginning, you're like, dude, you just blew my brain.
Yeah. I remember saying that a lot because it's like, it's true. Like,
because I went deep.
Because, like, I would be
but I like going deep.
But it's so interesting that, the information that is there, and this is part of why I love podcasting in general, is because it's one of the most inexpensive, but also one of the most rewarding and free platforms to express yourself. Like, it's basically like talk radio. It is talk radio. And
it's the new talk radio.
Yeah, and especially since YouTube is a platform that, like, all the information I was just talking about that I gain comes from YouTube. Like,
because everybody puts it out.
Other people's channels and other stuff. And, like, they're probably, like, YouTube people are probably like, wow, he's really on this other kick today. Like, he's on this weird educational kick this last week. And, like, it went from years ago. It was all
the algorithm all the time.
And my algorithm is constantly shifting, and YouTube's trying to figure out things to shove in my way. And I'm always changing based on what it is that week or that day or whatever. And they're just always like, the fuck? What is he doing right now? Like,
he's following my lunacy and going everywhere at once.
Like, they're just like, what the hell? What the fuck is this guy doing right now? And it's like anything and everything all the time. And yes, I'm stretched thin, but it's how I get through things. It's how I deal with life. It's how I deal with all the bullshit that comes my way. It's how I cope with things.
But see, and there's the funny part. I don't listen to that stuff, but yet I still see the freaking... I see the whole fucking picture. That's the bad part. Trying to learn this stuff, trying to look at the books.
It's bad.
fries my brain. No, it just fries my brain because it's like, dude, I know 2 atoms fucking makes it hydrogen. Shut the fuck up. Can we move to the next step? Well, I mean, in my head, it's like, dude, you're like explaining 1 plus 1, bitch. I know a million times gazillion. You know, it's the giant numbers times the giant number. It's like, I know the answer to the next big ass equation. Can we get to the actual learning new shit?
Yeah.
But I mean, working at DI and looking through some of the books when I worked at DI that were the college stuff,
Yeah.
I literally bought an algebra college book. Algebra 2, I think it was, or just regular algebra. For college level. I literally looked through the whole thing, just scanning through it. And I'm like, this is no different than high school. God, you fucking idiots. You actually pay for this shit? It's just high school. What you pay for? Fucking dumbasses. Because, I mean, you'd have so many books come through DI that were college books. They're like, I'm just going to donate it because the college library won't buy it because it's 2 years old or something.
Yeah.
And I literally look through the shit, or I'd buy it and read it. And it's like, this is like high school level shit. I mean, that's like Amber when she first moved out here and the way kids were picking on her. She's like, I want to do what shit kids did in elementary school in Oklahoma. And I'm like, people wonder why my brain just goes, you're stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not on purpose, because I know people aren't trying to be stupid, but it's just, how do you not see that we're all going to the same place? It's called, woohoo, fuck the world.
Yeah. See, one of the things that I find interesting is
Hang on
that
1 second. No, you're good. I
was going to say that one of the things I find interesting about this whole thing is that, you know,
We've
I'm
been
always
talking for 4 hours.
yeah, that too. Is that like I'll sit there and I'll absorb a bunch of information. Like today, I was like yesterday, I was cleaning my kitchen and I was listening to this guy talk about screenplay writing. And I've listened to so many fucking people, so many different point of views, on so many different things about screenplay writing. And it was like a refresh course. The guy said in the talk, it was like a college talk, video recorded college talk. He's like, you know, this for some of us will be a refresher. And you know, I went through the whole thing, and then I listened to another one today about how to manage your time effectively and how time for God is infinite, but time for us is very finite. And so it all comes down to time management. And he was talking about how he believes that you know, when it comes to time management and depression, it's actually better to limit your time per day to writing or to whatever your hobby is, because if you overexpend it, then the next day you won't want to do it again. You'll be too tired, or you'll expend yourself too much. And he was talking about all these other things that I was listening to, and then I'll sit there and I'll have like a session where we're talking and stuff, whether it's at the gym or whether it's in the car late at night or whether it's here on the podcast, and you'll end up bringing stuff like that up all the time. You'll be like, do this at this point, because if you do too much of it, you'll end up frying yourself or, you know, too tired or whatever. Yeah. So, you know, watch how much energy you're expending. And me, I'll sit there and argue against that and be like, no, because there's so many weekends where I have to write all night. I'll have to write this thing. And he's like, yeah, but then the next day, like, are you just sleeping all day, or are you just sitting around like a vegetable? And I'm like, yeah, kind of. And he's like, yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like, you're expending too much of your energy, and you need to measure it more and more of a time management, because you're not at the level yet where you can expend it, you know, infinitely, and just be like, I'm gonna do this. And so for me, ENFPs, like we were talking about before, where you know, one of the cons to an ENFP is that we'll take on so many tasks, often tasks that help other people, especially if like we have a lot of friends or we're interconnected. ENFPs are so empathetic and so just extroverted in that sense, like as far as caring and things like that. We don't shut people out, but we need to. We should, but we don't shut people out. And so there's a lot of people that will come by and be like, "Hey, we need your help with this, or we need this, or we need that." And so suddenly,
I've done that a lot here recently.
Yeah, and so suddenly, like, I'll go from where I wanted to be, where I want to do with tasks, to all of a sudden I'm prioritizing everybody else in front of me, and I'm not like shutting anybody out. Like, it happened on my birthday when my buddy was like, "We're gonna be homeless," and so 2 days, you know, I put them up for the night, and then I put them up for the next night, and then after that, I was like, you gotta find a hotel, you gotta find something, and so they were out, they were gone.
Well, yeah, because me and you also talked about it like that whole fucking Friday and Saturday
Yep.
about it at the gym and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, if you gotta tell them, just tell them. You gotta bounce. You fucking with my shit.
Yeah, like I had to like.
But you probably put it nicer, but.
I'm putting it a lot nicer because there's a lot of background. There's a lot of history between me and that guy. But like,
Well, yeah, you said that, and I'm like, okay, do it.
And what we were, and I was trying my hardest to
So
like
you
balance our resources, balance the time, and balance how everything was with everybody, and find a way to have it work to where they at least had a roof over their head. And they weren't sleeping in a car. Especially they have 4 kids. They have four smaller children. One of them's 11, but the rest of them are all 6 and under. And that's a lot to have, in a car. Like, to have to sleep in a car overnight. Like, I couldn't even imagine that. And so, like, I was just like going, what can I do? And, that one of the limitations on the lease of living in an apartment is you have to adhere to everything, or otherwise they're just going to be like, bye. They're going to kick your ass out and then you're homeless. So I had to, like, figure out how to help them out without putting myself on the street. And so what I did was I just had them stay the one night and then the next night. And then if the apartment complex asked any questions about it, I'd be like, hey, I only had them up for 2 nights. And so then that way they'll know that, it's just us living here and not out of fire code or anything. And so, like, that's part of my ENFP is that, like, I take on too much shit. Like, I should be balancing it even more effectively and balancing it even better and not taking on nearly as much. And yet here I am taking on all this other shit and doing anything and everything all the time.
There we go. Talking to homegirl, she's like, "I'm up for work." I'm like, "Well, we're still podcasting." Yeah, been up all night podcasting. 4 hours.
Yeah, it's holy shit. Like, look at that time frame, that time, and I'm just like, the fuck?
Yeah,
What
well,
do I
we
wanna
do
for 2
this
hours?
sometimes. I'll get into a subject, and you're like, "Well, here's my viewpoint from what I've had happen to me, either
Yeah.
because of something I've said or just something I've said, and other stuff that other people's told you or that you've heard from your weird jump arounds on YouTube.
Yeah.
You have to listen to something. You're like me. Put a play on. Put in earphones. Do shit.
Yeah. Dude, I'll be working out at the gym and I'm listening to some philosophical guy. Like, I'm not listening to battle music or anything that, that normally someone would expect to pump you up. No, instead I'm curious and I'm like, oh, I wonder what this looks like. And then I just start listening to it. And then, and then I'm doing like, 200 reps and people are like, going, like, I had one person I was telling them about, I was like, yeah, by the way, I was listening to this. And they're like, you listen to that at the gym? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, did you get very far? And I was like, did 200 reps. And they're like, fuck, I'm like on that one machine. Technically, we did like 1,200, 1,400 reps total, I think.
Well, dude, on a usual night when we're doing like 1 to 200 reps, maybe even 300 reps, depending on how we're feeling, per machine, dude, we do like 2,000 reps a night.
Yeah, thereabouts.
I mean, we do a full body workout.
Yeah.
With the cardio afterwards, with the crunch machine, the abdomen side machine,
Yep.
the triceps, bicep,
Hammer throw.
bench, leg press, squats, rack pull,
Hammer throw.
hammer throw,
We're doing pull down and then pull up.
downs, pull ups, dips.
Yep.
We're getting at least 2,000 to 3,000 reps a night in.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like, we do a lot
Per
of shit.
week, we do like 9,000 plus reps, dude.
Fuck. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, we are literally wrecking it. Now, see, if you went to the gym and I went to the gym like on a daily, like in the morning when the kids are at school, I mean,
Yeah.
you gotta wait till both your kids are in school to do that. But like I was telling Snow the other day, what ended up happening was, oh yeah, check the podcast because I told her we were still on. Don't know if she came to watch, but I made a comment about my plan is to, eventually you gotta go into the chat. It tells you how many viewers. Nope, we ain't got nobody because my phone was getting too low on battery. Okay, but I made a comment about how my plan eventually is to, have enough weights at home
Yeah.
Where I ain't gotta go to the gym no more. Literally cancel the gym membership. So that way, $30 comes to me. Talk to significant other. Be like, okay, now that I'm not paying for a gym membership, wait, what? I want that $30. I want at least 20 of that $30. You can use the other 10 for groceries or whatever we need in the house.
Yeah.
And then I'll take that and I'll literally just save up money.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, because if I'm not paying for the gym membership, I don't need $30 sitting in that account a month. I want my $20 back.
Yeah.
Now I'm not, I'm not spending the gym. Take the $10 for the kids, for you, for me, for whatever the hell we need in the house. And that extra 20 will help me, so that way I'm not burning through as much of my money I use to buy food when I'm doing DoorDash 3-4 days out of the week.
Just like fill up your garage at your outside backyard with all the fucking equipment that.
Oh, it's gonna be the garage. My whole garage. I already have a barbell. I have weights. I need more plated weights. Actually, I'm gonna buy myself plated weights because the other person's like, well, blah blah blah. Those are mine. I'm like, Nephi bought them for the house. They're all of ours. Well, these specifically are mine because I had them before I came into the house. It's like, dude, why are you so angry? Okay, you don't want me to use them. Free. They were still here. You just didn't ask me the source.
Yeah.
Apparently all your bullshit because you don't know how to talk to me anymore. Well, you stop talking to me because all you did was bitch. If all you do is bitch at somebody, what are they going to do? They're going to tell you, fuck off, I'm not talking to you because all you do is cuss me out for shit I'm doing that's not bad that you think is bad. Just kiss my butt.
Yeah.
And that's how I am. It's, okay, you don't like me. Why don't you like me? Okay, that's not a valid reason because of this, and this. Or, well, I had to do that because you did this. See, you're placing the blame on somebody else. No. The situation was, I was planning on doing this and this, but because you did this, I had to do this to keep that other stuff in motion.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like us talking earlier about, especially me talking about how my viewpoint is here, while everybody, well, most people's, because I can't say everybody, most people's, they're stuck in their own little bubble. Me, I see everything and everyone all at once.
Yeah.
It's not Christian, it's not Muslim, it's not Buddhism, it's not Hinduism, it's Judaism, did you use whatever, God, goddess, goddesses, gods, names you want, technically. It's all the same people. And what a lot of people get lost in is with the Christian, God, archangel. You mean, because Jesus was technically the same level as an archangel, God, demigods. Or, the guy in charge, the original God, and all of his kids.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, well, you have Zeus. Oh, that's funny.
It's great.
That's for you, jackass. Gotta mark where it froze. I kick your butt, but I find it hilarious too, so it's all good.
We have that image for that's saved forever.
I send it to my phone. You'll have to send it to my email or something.
Yeah.
But okay, that was hilarious. You start laughing, I look up, and it's other hand, but me just doing my rant. But I mean, that's like the whole polynomial relationship thing. It's like, well, okay, do you love who you're originally with? Who you married, or the first one? Yes. Okay, but you love the new one too? Actually, I love them both equally. Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's also like, I love everybody, and at the same time, I don't like everybody's decisions. But that doesn't mean I like you less, or I don't love you. That's like me saying, hey, my love, or what's up, homie, or what's up, fam? Because technically, we're all cousin fuckers, and we're all So, which is kind of funny, because the only one who's not a cousin effer is Wanda.
Yeah.
Because she's screwing an inanimate, not real object.
Yeah, she's messing with an android.
Well, technically, he's an inanimate object because he just sits there unless you plug him in. Technically.
Yep.
And that's what I thought was funny about WandaVision. She was his plug. Which is funny. She was his plug so he could charge. And they had kids.
Yep.
So you plugged into your charger and shit out batteries. Interesting. I like it.
And some actual humans are like that. The guy will just lay there or sit there, and the chick will do all the stuff to them, and then suddenly kids pop out.
Right? Or you have it the other way. The guy's putting in all the work, and the girl's like, "You're not doing enough. You're not actually trying. There's no effort." It's like, I spent 2 hours on you, and you said no effort. I didn't hear you complaining in the middle of it. If you wanted me to do something different, you should voice your opinions.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's also kind of a guy thing. It's like, well, you didn't tell me. Well, you didn't give me a chance to tell you. I was ramming you shitless. You were screaming. If it didn't feel that good, why were you fake screaming? Oh, that wasn't a fake scream. Then why are you complaining about it?
Right.
And that just went to an odd subject. Oh my god! Wow, that tells me I'm so tired. Oh, that's a sex song. Here.
Yeah.
Shit.
So I think we're gonna wrap this up. I normally would
4 hours.
encourage it, but we're at 4 hours. It's 2 a.m. over here, and I gotta get up in the morning. So
Same here. I have kids.
yeah, I have kids too, and I have to take them to school with Amber. But I am TPAW.
I'm Karnage.
And this has been Crazy Peas. We'll talk to you more later. Have a week.
This has been the best.
Yeah.